Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, KOSTAT OECD 2025 will begin shortly. We kindly ask that participants will take their seats in the conference hall. As we have a large number of registrants, we would greatly appreciate your cooperation in filling the empty seats starting from the front of the room. Also, please keep your belongings in your own seat. Thank you for your cooperation. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout today's event. We ask all participants to prepare their receivers in advance. Please note that Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. Presentation materials can be accessed and downloaded by scanning the QR code printed on your name tag. This conference is also broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via our conference website at kostat-OECD2025.com. Please visit livestream link menu to watch sessions online and download presentation materials. Wi-Fi service is available in the conference hall. Thank you for your cooperation.
I can still walk. Yeah, I'm looking on it. I can still taste it. That's the problem. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you eat fried stuff, you eat just smelly and then that was the challenge? Yes. And the rest was
Dear participants, I'd like to inform that the conference beginning will be delayed for 5 minutes for unexpected reasons. Thank you for your understanding. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025 will begin shortly. We ask all participants will take their seats now in the conference hall. Thank you for your cooperation. We'd like to ask for your kind understanding for this delay, and we will begin the conference in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much for your understanding and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you very much for your patience, and I'd like to welcome you to day 2 of the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025. My name is Hyunshim Amy Choi, and I'm once again honored to serve as the Master of Ceremony for this conference. The KOSTAT OECD Global Conference is organized jointly by Statistics Korea and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development under the theme AI for Data, Data for AI, Shaping the Future of Official Statistics. And on behalf of KOSTAT and the OECD, I'd like to thank all participants, both in person and online, for joining us in this conference. From yesterday, this conference has been providing interactive platform to explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in the field of official statistics. Today's program will begin with a keynote speech, followed by sessions 3 and 4 in the morning, discussing what is needed for official statistics to benefit from AI. After the luncheon, the conference will resume at 2 p.m., with sessions 5 and 6 aiming at extending our perspectives into the future and conclude with the closing ceremony. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via our conference website at kostat-oecd2025.com. Please visit the live stream link menu to watch the sessions online and download the presentation materials. Now, before we proceed to the keynote, I'm pleased to invite Ms. Soo-young Kim, Director for International Cooperation at KOSTAT, who will facilitate this keynote session. Please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. As just introduced, I'm Soo-young Kim, Director for International Cooperation at KOSTAT. First, I would like to thank you all for taking the time to join KOSTAT and OECD Global Conference again today. As today's agenda has already been outlined, I won't go over it again. Instead, let us move directly to our first session. We will now hear the keynote address and have a Q&A with Amandeep Singh, UN Under-Secretary General and Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technologies. Mr. Amandeep Singh was appointed by the United Nations Secretary General as his envoy on technology in June 2022. A thought leader on digital technology, Mr. Gill has a deep knowledge of digital technologies coupled with a solid understanding of how to leverage the digital transformation responsibly and inclusively for progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Before taking up the position as an envoy on technology, Mr. Gill was the Chief Executive Officer of the International Digital Health and Artificial Intelligence Research Collaborative Project based at the Graduate Institute, Geneva. Unfortunately, Mr. Gill could not be here in person today, but he has kindly shared a short video message. And because this conference is so important, he's also joining us live online. So after watching his video message, we will connect him online for live Q&A session. Now, let us first watch his video message.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, commissioners, greetings. Thank you to Statistics Korea and the OECD for convening us under the powerful theme, AI for Data, Data for AI. While I regret not being able to be with you in person in Seoul, it's a privilege to join this conference spanning AI readiness, quality, capacity building, and the future of official statistics, topics that could not be more timely or consequential. We are seeing how AI is reshaping every facet of our economies and societies, from education to health. The data that powers AI models must therefore be a central focus for all of us. We can visualize AI as a telescope. When the lenses, which are our data sets, are clean, standardized, and precisely calibrated, the cosmos of insights becomes visible. But with dirty optics, even powerful instruments mislead. This week's sessions are about cleaning the lenses so societies can see clearly and act wisely. Data and the data-driven decision-making it enables plays a central role in how countries set priorities and respond to pressing challenges. As data-hungry technologies like AI become more embedded in society, ensuring high standards for data quality, stewardship, and responsible use must be both prominent and urgent. National statistical offices play a central role in ensuring data is relevant, actionable, and trusted. Building on decades of custodianship, you bring unmatched expertise in standardizing classifications, metadata, and methods to serve the public interest. This institutional knowledge is indispensable in the AI era. From a global perspective, the Global Digital Compact, adopted at the Summit of the Future last year, elevates the urgency of data governance, positioning it at the core of inclusive, rights-respecting digital transformation. It offers a shared roadmap for an open, safe, and secure digital future. To operationalize these aspirations, especially on the AI side, the UN General Assembly has adopted two complementary mechanisms: an independent international scientific panel on AI to give impartial, evidence-based guidance on risks, opportunities, and best practices on AI, and a global dialogue on AI governance to align national and regional efforts, avoid duplication, and ensure interoperable governance across borders. NSOs are pivotal contributors to these global endeavors, setting standards, assuring quality, curating metadata and lineage, and building comparable indicators. Ladies and gentlemen, the multilateral system has moved from reflection to construction. The Global Digital Compact sets the destination. The General Assembly's decision to establish an independent international scientific panel on AI and a global dialogue on AI governance within the United Nations provides operational mechanisms. Now, delivery depends on institutional courage and shared standards that travel across borders and sectors. NSOs are strategically positioned to leverage AI and data for the public good. While wishing you productive sessions, I'd like to leave you with some open questions to address the opportunities and risks of AI and data during the upcoming discussions. What immediate actions will ensure that AI runs on high quality, well-documented, and inclusive and representative data so every stakeholder can act on the results with confidence? How can positive, reinforcing feedback loops be created where data for AI and AI for data operate as public goods while avoiding lock-in, dependency, and power imbalances among participating actors? I wish you a very productive week, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gill, for your insightful message. You compared AI to a telescope with data as its lenses. That was very impressive. It really showed the role of data. You also highlighted two important complementary mechanisms on AI that UN has adopted: the establishment of an independent international scientific panel on AI and a global dialogue on AI governance. Your remarks gave us a broader global perspective that goes beyond the statistics community. Thank you. Now, we will take about 10 minutes for Q&A with Mr. Gill. Thank you for sending us this video message and joining us live. Mr. Gill, are you with us?
I'm very much with you. Greetings from New York.
Thank you once again for your remarks. Due to time constraints, we'll be able to take about 3 to 4 questions. While questions are being prepared, I will ask the first one. Regarding the 2 complementary AI mechanisms adopted by the UN, what efforts are you making to collaborate with the data community? And what urgent priorities should international organizations and national governments focus on to ensure these mechanisms create real synergy?
Thank you very much for that question. And our priorities in the data field with regard to its complementarity with the AI governance mechanisms are the following. First, the results of these mechanisms would provide context to the parallel effort that's going on at the United Nations through a working group on data governance to develop principles for data governance, develop approaches to free flow of data with trust, interoperability, in other words, and also develop approaches to promoting data commons and the use of data for development. So the mechanism on AI, the science side of it, the scientific panel, the policy discussion would move in parallel with the effort on data governance. Even within these mechanisms, we hope that specialists on data will participate in the scientific panel, International Independent Scientific Panel on AI, and help us clarify the implications of this very powerful technology and the opportunities and the risks that it may engender.
Thank you for your responses. Now, let's open the floor to questions from the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Please tell your name and affiliation before you ask your question.
Yeah, thank you for your keynote speech. My name is Jin Kim from Statistics Korea. I fully agree with the public good value of AI data as well as the UN's effort to build governance. As you mentioned, in order to move from reflection to construction, one major challenge is that NSOs are dependent on AI technologies dominated by big tech companies. Does the UN have any specific plans to provide support to standards so that global AI governance can monitor this issue while enabling NSOs to maintain technological sovereignty and develop AI for public purposes?
Thank you very much. You've highlighted a crucial third pillar of the UN's approach to the global governance of AI. I mentioned science and policy, and this third critical pillar is capacity. So as asked for by the Global Digital Compact last year, the Secretary General has presented a report alongside these two, the adoption of these two mechanisms, and this report highlights innovative options to build capacity on AI rapidly around the world. There are today 90 to 100 countries that don't have the minimum national capacity to curate data sets for AI models, do not have the requisite talent, they do not have the compute capacity for training these models. And therefore, there's an urgent need to bridge this AI divide. The NSOs can play a critical role in building up AI capacity and related data capacity. How? I think one of the ideas in the Secretary General's report, which is to create a global network of capacity development centers across the world, is pertinent to the role that NSOs could play. So some NSOs who have more capacity, who have more experience with the curation of data sets, with the exercise of digital sovereignty, could help other NSOs in less fortunate parts of the world to build up their own capacity to curate critical national data sets around languages, around public services, in areas like health, in areas like agriculture. And secondly, through this networked approach, we can also overcome some hesitations, some mistrust about sharing of data. When data comes together in collaborative work, its power is multiplied. So we would like NSOs around the world to come together as part of this network to help build AI capacity, train the requisite talent in data science and in AI, and help us curate the data sets, for example, on climate change, resilient agriculture, that are needed urgently over the coming years for progress on the Sustainable Development Goals.
Do you have any questions?
I'll ask one, but my previous colleague stole my original question, so I'll pivot. I'll pivot a little bit. I was panicking while you're speaking. So how can statistical organizations, NSOs, and international organizations ensure transparency and explainability when using generated AI outputs, especially when they're used in public policy? Because, of course, the public know that we're using these tools, and they need to know that we're using them responsibly. So what would your guidance be to make sure that we're promoting trust in the high-quality outputs that we're producing?
Excellent question. I think transparency and trust are intimately related. So when public sector organizations use AI, in particular Gen AI tools, I think they owe a responsibility to the public to explain the full context of that use. And let me just point out three essential elements in this. The first is explanation around the provenance of data. What kind of data sets have been used to train the AI tools that these public sector organizations are used, and what effort has been made to debias those data sets to ensure that they are of a high quality, they are representative, and none of the crucial demographics, if it's a public-facing tool, has been left out of those data sets. The second responsibility they owe to the public is to explain, to put enough context around how the model has been trained, what kind of benchmarks and evaluations have been used before putting it out for public use. There are many efforts around the world currently, national efforts, some regional efforts, to ensure that, for example, models are tested for misuse, models are tested for any kind of data leakage that may happen through through their use at the user end. For example, when certain prompts are used, could there be some leakage of data? So all that context has to be put out. The third element in this dance, this dynamic of transparency and trust, is to explain sufficiently how the outcomes are being used. So, for example, if AI models are being used to assess the labor market, the situation in the labor market, and that is going to have an impact on policy, there is a responsibility on public sector institutions to show that there is enough human oversight over the use of these AI models, and there are mechanisms in place to ensure accountability. I am optimistic about these steps, critical steps, essential steps for reinforcing safe, trusted, and impactful use of AI. But this depends a lot, not only on national efforts, but also on collaboration across regions, learning the best lessons from different regions, and also avoiding mistakes that have been made in some other place. Thank you.
Now we will have just one question before closing.
Thanks, Mr. Amandeep. This is Manuel from UNICEF. I can't agree more with your message for the timeliness of this conference and the important role that NSOs can have in this global AI discussion. You also mentioned the importance of building networks for capacity building and closing the digital divide. My question to you is, to what extent do you think NSOs need to get a little bit out of their traditional communities to influence the AI developing community? What urgency is in there for NSOs to be part of that conversation, and maybe what fora, conferences, and conversations is happening on that NSOs might be better positioned to try to influence and learn and participate on? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. That's an important question. And here I don't mean to imply any criticism of NSOs and their fantastic work. I think many NSOs see the need to move from a statistical paradigm to more of an AI-rich paradigm. I think it's a question of, and previously we spoke about trust, it's a question of being sure about what data we are using, how we are using it, and where it is landing. And I see that transition happening. At the meetings of the UN Statistical Commission, I see, for example, recently the UN Statistical Commission was chaired by the NSO from Switzerland. I see the effort that's being made to ensure this smooth shift, paradigm shift from the earlier statistical approach where everything had to be stamped with approval to more of, let's say, a machine learning type of an approach. We have to do it. We have to do it with caution and with authority, which NSOs are perfectly capable of doing. I see the same challenge on the standards side, where the standards making community has to make a transition from a tech-centric approach to centers to a socio-technical approach to standards. And again, following up one of the recommendations in the high-level advisory body of the Secretary General on AI, an international AI standards exchange has been put in motion. And in December, in Seoul, ISO and IEC will host a summit on AI standards. And through meetings such as the one that we are in, or the meeting that is upcoming in December in Seoul, we can facilitate this transition from the earlier paradigm to the new paradigm in a responsible, trusted manner. Thank you.
Mr. Gill, thank you for staying up late in New York to join us live. Your valuable insights from the UN's perspective have set a great tone for the second day of this conference. Please join me in thanking Mr. Gill once again with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
With that, we will conclude the keynote session. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Gill and Ms. Soo-young for this excellent keynote session. Before we proceed to our next session, please allow us a few minutes to rearrange the stage. In the meantime, we kindly remind you to complete our online satisfaction survey accessible through the conference website at KOSTAT-OECD2025.com. You'll see a pop-up window that will direct you to the survey. You can also scan the QR code printed on the conference leaflet to access the online survey. Your feedback is highly valued and will help us improve future conferences. Our stage setting is almost ready, so at this point, I'd like to invite our chair, presenters, and discussants of session 3 to take their places on the stage. Do not rush yourself, because I have one other advertisement to make. So KOSTAT published 2 special publications commemorating the 100th anniversary of Korea's first modern population census. Copies of these publications are available for those who are interested, and they are located in the second floor lobby. I found this was very smooth, much more smoother than I thought. So we will now begin session 3 under the title Making Official Statistics AI Ready. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Ashley Ward, advisor to the OECD Chief Statistician and Manager of Strategic Communications for the OECD's Statistics and Data Directorate. Prior to this role, he has actively contributed to OECD's research work in productivity statistics, labor input, and multi-factor productivity, while also working with the UK Office for National Statistics and the Asian Productivity Organization. Before joining the OECD, he worked at the ONS in the UK. With this introduction, I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Ward, who will lead us through session 3.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to session 3 of the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference on AI for Data, Data for AI. For those who I haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Ashley Ward, as we just said, and I serve as advisor in the OECD Statistics and Data Directorate, working with Steve and Francois, among many others, to promote international standards and to communicate high quality and trustworthy data for maximal impact. As Francesca Kay noted in yesterday's panel, this is not the first digital revolution or evolution that we've seen. Even over my comparatively short, decade-long career working in economic statistics, I have already seen a couple of important digital evolutions. When I joined the Office for National Statistics in the UK in 2016, they were moving from relatively basic digitalization and automation to data science and unconventional data sourcing. I've also seen moves from Lotus Notes to Outlook and Skype for Business to Microsoft Teams, as we all have over the years. Since then, in my time at the OECD, I have seen the rise of machine learning, natural language processing, and the proliferation of all manner of new data sources, whether they're administrative, commercial, or another feature of the data deluge. And now, the topic of today in this conference, we're seeing the rise and maybe the explosion of generative AI in a post-ChatGPT world. So, while this is unequivocally the most publicly visible evolution in recent times, it isn't unique as it regards official statistics. That said, before we looked mostly inwards, asking how can these new technologies make our processes more efficient and more robust? But now we need to cast our spare eye outwards, asking what must we do to ensure large language models can pick up, process, maybe prioritize, and deliver high-quality official statistics to their growing user base. As a data communications specialist, I live and breathe the mantra that if our data isn't properly communicated, disseminated, used for the public good, it's useless. Our time, our expertise, our insights, they're rendered pointless if we finish the data collection and production process and then sit back smiling to ourselves. Our mission, again, as Francesca Kay touched on yesterday, I don't know why I'm noting her so much in this speech, but you're welcome. Our mission should be to improve people's knowledge base with good data. For years, that has meant producing derivative products like reports, working papers, blog articles, more recently podcasts, and building data dissemination platforms, and then engaging in the mysterious dark art of search engine optimization to put those products into hopefully the right hands. Now, as generative AI augmented search attracts more and more users, and as search engines integrate AI summaries as the helpful, permissive butler standing between us and our previously beloved blue links, we need to extend our search engine optimization efforts to AI optimization efforts, or as we've taken to calling it, AI readiness. In that direction, this session focuses on the critical and timely question, what does it mean to make data AI ready? We'll be discussing the principles, practical strategies, and standards necessary to ensure that data is structured, documented, and interoperable for AI-powered processes. And this discussion will feature our diverse collection of insightful and delightful speakers from national statistics offices, international organizations, and technology giants. Hopefully, bringing together these voices will help us to better understand the challenges in preparing our data for an AI-fueled world, as well as the potential benefits for all. In terms of format, we'll kick off the session with our lead presentation from Olivier Dupriez, who will spend 20 minutes or less laying the ground based on his experience at the World Bank. Google's Prem Ramaswamy, and Naver's Juhuang Zheng will then discuss and build upon that presentation in 10 minutes each. Afterwards, we'll move to our 3 standalone presentations, each also 10 minutes, from my colleague Eric Anvar from the OECD, from Sun-Hee Yi of COSTAT, and from Manuel Garcia Haranes of UNICEF. After the presentations, we'll move into a 25-minute moderated discussion and Q&A, and I encourage you all to listen for both practical insights and broader implications for how data producers, compilers, and AI innovators can work in parallel to deliver high-quality and trustworthy information for searchers worldwide. Now, that's really plenty from me, so I'll hand over to our lead presenter for the session, Mr. Olivier Dupriez, Deputy Chief Statistician at the World Bank. Olivier currently leads the World Bank's efforts on data quality assurance and on exploiting metadata standards, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to improve data knowledge and dissemination. His presentation will explore what it truly means for official statistics to be AI ready, focusing on discoverability and interoperability, high-quality data and metadata, and strong governance. Please join me in welcoming Olivier Dupriez.
Thank you very much. I have 20 minutes or less, but I still want to start my presentation first by thanking KOSTAT and OECD for this remarkably organized conference. So thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this conference. So I'm not from a National Statistics Office, so I'm not really a representative of an official data producers. I'm from the World Bank Development Data Group and Office of the Chief Statistician. As you may know, the World Bank is a very large organization which has a very, very decentralized data system. Many departments within the World Bank produce data, acquire data, disseminate data. So in that sense, there is a lot of freedom given to staff at the World Bank to conduct activities. And the Development Data Group in the organization serves to a large extent as the data curators for all these data that we acquire from many national statistical agencies, international partners, private sector, and others. So what we're doing in the Development Data Group is really acquire data, to some extent also produce some data, document data, package data, and disseminate data products. As Office of the Chief Statistician, we also have a role of ensuring some coordination, and recently we have been given the mandate also to work on responsible data dissemination and innovation in data. So I guess that's the reason why I'm standing here today, to present what we're doing in the area of AI readiness. Because we have so much data and a very, very large audience for that, we have established a small team and a work program that we call AI for Data and Data for AI. A very small team that is exploring, incubating, testing all kind of applications related to AI for data. This is a very small but very smart team, I think, that we have in the group that has what Steve mentioned yesterday. We have some resource, we have a permission to fail, we have an obligation to be very, very transparent and relevant to the whole community that we serve, and that's the reason why we experimenting all kind of product that I'm happy to present today. So first, why do we want to have our data AI ready? And when I say our data, it's both our data and the data we obtain from external partners that we distribute at the World Bank. There is a small group at the World Bank who wants the data to be AI ready because they want to be able to immediately run some machine learning models and others. So this is a specialized audience, which is probably a minority of the reason why we need to make our data AI ready. The main reason is actually that we want to take advantage of AI, like any NSO would, to modernize the way we disseminate data. We have lots of data platforms. They are very far from being perfect. They still rely on search engines that sometimes are just basic keyword search engines. Our systems are not always very modernized, so they might serve specialized audience well. They do not necessarily serve the whole audience that our data may have equally well. So AI, we see that as an opportunity to really improve the way our data can be found by implementing proper recommender system, not just search engine for data, but recommender system. And certainly we want our data to be accessible in a much more interactive way and personal way by the audience that we want to serve. And this second aspect, AI for data dissemination, is probably the most revolutionary part of AI that we see. And this is something that is also the object of a big concern, both by the World Bank and by the national statistical agencies that we're working with. I'm having here just a very brief example of the reason why this is a concern for the World Bank and statistical agencies. I just submitted a query on Google from the US, asking what is the population of Rwanda in 2023. And Google gives me an answer, which is, of course, AI generated, because I'm in the US. If I were in EU, the GDPR would prevent this to be seen. But as you can see, the source of data that the AI system and that Google is using has nothing to do with the National Statistics Institute, which is the producer of this data. And the estimate that you see here is about 500,000 far from the official estimate from the Statistics Office. If I want to know, the blue link that Ashley mentioned would come in 26th position in here. What we would love to have is in this box that you see below, not a report on some religious freedom in the world by the US State Department or Department of State. We would like to see the Statistics Office mentioned there. Now, for whom do we want to make AI data ready? As I mentioned, the first audience is the end users. We really want to improve data dissemination systems so that even users who have relatively limited statistical capacity, which are the users that we are not serving very well currently, could get access to our data. Even if they're not specialists, even if they don't speak English, they should be able to come to the World Bank, to interact with the World Bank data without having to struggle much. We also want AI to be, data to be AI ready to serve the needs of NSOs and the World Bank or other data producers themselves. The first thing that we want to make sure that all these organizations can implement is much better data discovery system by implementing semantic data discovery in all the platforms. A lot of these platforms are still based on keyword-based search, and just a quick reminder, as a World Bank, the countries that we're working with and that we're supporting are mostly low and middle income countries. So these are countries that are not represented in this room, but we're dealing with countries that have very severe resource constraints. And then we want also the AI to be able to feed chatbots better. There is a large demand for chatbot-based dissemination of data, which we know doesn't work very well so far. And that is something that requires a lot of data preparation and improved AI readiness. So for national statistical agencies that we're working with, we see the semantic discoverability system as a must and implementation of chatbot as a very optional solution. Now, we also want AI to be, data to be AI ready so that NSOs or international organizations that redistribute data provide better input to the big tech companies, to third parties that redistribute data. The Google, the OpenAI, and others are, whether we like it or not, the absolute key major redistributors of official data set. We need to help them do a better job at redistributing official statistics. So we can blame AI technology, we can blame the private sector for not necessarily putting official data sets very high in the ranking of the systems that they develop, but part of the work has to be done by data producers and providing AI data in a more AI-ready system. So we know that a lot of users would like to have data accessible via chatbots. We know that it doesn't work well so far, but the demand is there, and we need eventually to make that work. So the solution we see is really to establish much better collaborations between official data producers and the big tech companies that are absolutely key data redistributors. And we see international organizations as important intermediaries in this process. Now, practically, what does it take? I'm just going to mention here a few things that we're doing at the World Bank to make our data more AI ready. The first one is to ensure consistency as much as possible at design stage. AI will integrate data in different ways. AI answer generated by chatbots will take information from different sources. AI is not good at really understanding some inconsistencies that may happen between data sets. So the more consistent we can make the data set, the better. And this means implementing national standards, international standards. I think the word standard has been used extensively yesterday. Adopting, standard classifications, standard formatting, and others. Just as a short example, a few months ago at the World Bank, we launched a new data platform, and we were running some very basic consistency checks across our data sets. And we found out that within the World Bank, everyone was using AUS as the country code for Australia, except one department at the bank that was using it for Austria. So the country code, AUS, or any country code, is used for merging data set. I'll let you imagine what it takes, the consequence would be for an automated merging of data sets when some data are actually related to Australia and the other ones to Austria. Another thing that really needs to be done, and I will have a presentation in the next session about that, is data quality control. AI will assume that the data you feed it with has been properly checked. And what we notice in our own database, again, I'm not talking about others, is that we implement some checks, but we leave a lot of anomalies in our data sets. Some of these anomalies are clearly errors. Some others are actually strange things that may happen in countries, but for which we don't have explanations in the data. So we can help AI by classifying these anomalies into errors, which need to be fixed, or by annotating the data and making, of course, this annotation machine readable to help interpretation and interpretability of the data by automatic systems. So I'll come back to this in the next session. We need to work on data modeling. A lot of the data sets we have, which sometimes are data sets we receive from different departments or external organizations, are formatted in ways that requires the users to do a lot of data wrangling. So these data are not ready for AI or machine learning. So we really think that there is some standards or best practice have to be more systematically implemented in data modeling, data formatting, and data management. So again, we're working with a lot of low-income countries. Many of them do not have API data dissemination systems, and a lot of them will provide you the data in very complex, non-well-structured Excel files or others. So we really believe that making data AI ready requires the development of proper guidelines and the implementation of much better data modeling. And then if we do that, of course, we need also to describe the data structure in a way that AI and machine learning can automatically use. So for that, we're really promoting the production in a standard manner of structural metadata. And for that, at the World Bank, we recommend compliance with the SDMX metadata standards for indicators, the DDI codebook for microdata, and recently, thanks to our friend Prem, who will follow me at this podium, we've also been introduced by Google to the croissant metadata standards, and we are quickly also making sure that our data sets and our structural metadata is also generated in compliance with the croissant standard. The croissant standard, metadata standard, is basically a metadata standard for describing the structure of your metadata in a way that machine learning system can automatically understand, and it complements schema.org. In addition to that, we want to promote much better metadata for the descriptive part or the reference part of the documentation of data sets. We receive many data sets from countries or other organizations that come with very limited metadata. So if you have limited metadata, that is an obstacle to data discoverability and data use. We cannot oblige data users to responsibly use a data set if we don't provide them with the proper metadata. So how do we make sure that the metadata is of higher quality for usability and discoverability of the data and for transparency? Is by adopting metadata standards. 10 months ago at the World Bank, we adopted a policy on data quality, which mandates compliance with a set of metadata standards that are defined by the chief statistician of the World Bank, and which include the DDI codebook for microdata, the suite of ISO 19100 for geographic data sets. It used the Dublin Core. It used a few other metadata standards. So compliance with this set of metadata standards, which are specific to each main data type, has helped us a lot improve the quality and usability of our metadata. To support the production of metadata that complies with these standards, the World Bank has developed a software application that we call the Metadata Editor, which is actually the first open source application officially released by the World Bank. It was released a few weeks ago, actually, which is a multi-standard metadata editor for generating metadata compliant with standards. What we're adding currently to this tool, in part with some friendly help from our Google friends, is compliance with schema.org and DCAT and Croissant, which are not specialized metadata standards for the kind of statistical products that we are curating, but that are absolutely essential for the AI search engine optimization or the AI optimization of data sets. So we are fully on board with these more generic standards. Now, producing metadata that complies with standards doesn't mean that your metadata is of high quality. So we are also using AI for supporting qualitative assessment of metadata. This, again, is something I will come back to this in the next session. So in addition to that, there are a few good practices that we really want to make sure we implement at the World Bank. One of them is proper versioning of data sets. Data sets are, changed regularly for different reasons. We didn't have a very good system for generating unique persistent identifiers like DOI or other for each data set, and that created some confusion, which is not good for automated process. So we're recommending semantic versioning of data sets. We also decided to adopt or to systematically make data set accessible in standardized format, open format like CSV, JSON, and others, in addition to the proprietary format that we may have. We strongly recommend publishing data sets. We do that at the World Bank, but we also recommend that to statistical agencies under license that are permissive and that allow commercial use of the data, because this is absolutely essential for NSO data sets to be usable by the large AI system, Google, OpenAI, and others. And then one thing that we also start implementing, we were not very good at that, is maintaining machine-readable change logs of our data sets so that this external system, AI, machine learning, will be able to know when our data set change in a dynamic fashion. Talking about chatbots, there is a lot of demand for that. We're not completely sure that all NSOs, especially in resource-constrained countries, will need that. The rule is that do it well or don't do it. The problem is that we know that chatbots are based on LLMs, which are not really good at dealing with data. We've seen chatbots on some NSO website that contradicted the data of the NSO itself. So we're not completely sure that this is the right thing to do. We prefer actually NSOs to help the large big tech to implement a chatbot that will actually be more responsible in the way they disseminate data. But if you decide to implement a chatbot, one thing that we recommend and that we are experimenting currently at the World Bank is to leverage the model context protocols. So this is a layer that you put between the LLMs and your data sets that make sure that the LLM will know exactly how to interact with your database, your API. So we've tested that. It works very well based on the exploration we have done so far. We will document everything. We will make everything open in the very short term. In this system, we have also established a system that actually provides a certificate that each value, each figure mentioned in an answer in a chatbot is actually coming from the database that it interacts with. We are investing also in using AI for monitoring data use. We want to be sure that our data are relevant, and we need to know then who used the data and what for. So AI is actually quite useful for mining all the information, extracting information on what data are cited and how they are used, from a lot of publications. So we currently have a project that use some LLM, has generated some synthetic data for training the model, and is using actually an advanced version of named entity recognition for extracting information on how data are used in a very large corpus of publications. Now, and I'm close to the end, obviously we need to work very closely with the big techs, as I mentioned. For that, the World Bank is part of the community that involves other international organizations that is defining what will be the rules of the game for NSOs and international organizations and the big tech companies to work together. So this will be presented at the next United Nations Statistics Commission. And what we expect basically from third parties is that they would make an effort to make official data more visible, prioritize them in answers, that they would comply with some of the core principles that we found in the fundamental principles of official statistics, that they will provide some feedback to the data providers, and that they will provide some support. And on that, with exactly 0 seconds left, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. So that leads us on very well. We talked about the necessity for NSOs and international organizations to work with private industry, and in that direction, we have our colleague Prem Ramaswamy with us, Senior Director of Product Management at Google, where he leads the Data Commons Initiative. Prem has a rich background in civic tech, urban innovation, and social impact, and has taught management at top institutions, including Harvard and Stanford. Today, he'll share insights on how AI, especially large language models, can democratize access to public data and help make official statistics AI ready. Hopefully, he'll also teach us all how to name our standards slightly better than we do in international organizations and NSOs, because Croissant is a much better name than the DDI codebook or SDMX. Thank you, Prem. Go ahead.
Annyeong haseyo, che ilon Prem Ramaswamy Nida, and that is where my Korean ends. But I thought I would start off because yesterday I wanted to start off in your language, and to do that I used Google Translate. Now, Google Translate, easy tool to download, typed in what I wanted to, had a little audio button telling me what it is, but I don't think of Google Translate as AI. We now expect that to work when we are looking at a menu in a restaurant with our camera. But yet, the back end of that is a large language model, is artificial intelligence. And there's something about AI where we call it AI when it's mystical to us. The moment it becomes regular, it becomes part of what we do. Now, I myself have no statistical background. I should tell you all that to start with. And I was never really a data guy, but many of the problems I worked in fundamentally had a root cause problem behind them, which was the data itself. Whether trying to work on cities of the future, trying to determine solutions for the climate crisis, trying to solve issues in health, all of these areas suffered from a data problem. And so as a product manager at Google, my goal was to try to bring together a specific user need with a solution in a technical product. And that's where Data Commons comes about. Our mission is to organize all the world's public data and make it universally accessible and useful. And there are a few key innovations we made along the way. One is we built a common knowledge graph, and we use schema.org as the format for that. So if one data set talks about diabetes and another data set talks about diabetes, we understand if they're the same type of diabetes and the same thing and connect them. We also allowed you to get insights in your natural language using a large language model to connect the infinite nature of human language with the finite nature of variable space. And then we also allowed third parties to use that on their own to be able to privately set up their own servers to put their data in and then overlay that with all the public data, the 250 billion plus data points over hundreds of data sources that we had already collected into data commons. And so we've worked with many partners to date, the United Nations, the One Campaign, and the United Nations Statistical Commission uses data commons as its backend for SDGs, for WHO data, UNICEF data, ILO data. So these are all just examples of use cases of data commons. And this also appears on Google Search, this data, so you can see this is a search for the fertility rate in South Korea, but many of these searches are driven by data commons data. Now, all of this is very boring. You came here to talk about large models and data and AI, so I wanted to pivot a bit and build off of some of the earlier statements that Olivier was making. Let's start with large language models. They're called large language models. So here I asked the large language model to summarize Romeo and Juliet for me, and it's done a pretty excellent job. Takes lots of Shakespeare and is able to give me a quick summary of that. But now let me ask it to tell me which county in the US has the highest rate of diabetes and what that rate is. So in this case, it tells me Ogallala, Lakota County, South Dakota, and it says it has a diabetes rate of around 28.7%. Now, if I go to Google Search and ask the same question, it again tells me Ogallala, Lakota County, but gives me a very different number, which is 26.6 per 100K. So what's happening here? I have to figure out which number is correct. Is it the 28.7 or the 26.6? Well, to figure that out, I'm going to go to Data Commons and ask the same question. And then I found out it's Zapata County, Texas, which is nowhere near Oklahoma. And in addition to that, the number, even if I go to Oklahoma and look up Ogallala, Lakota County, the numbers given are very different. So let's dive into this problem and try to see what's happening on Google Search that's getting us the wrong answer. So let's start with this idea that LLMs are great at language, but not yet with numbers. So what's going on here? In the case of Google Search, this 26.6 per 100K is actually coming from the South Dakota Health Department, and it's listing the mortality rate due to diabetes. That's a very different number than the number of people with diabetes or the percentage of diabetes. Now, in the case of Gemini, when I actually go to Google's LLM and ask this question, I try to see the sourcing for that, and there's no known source. So this is the example of the cute term hallucination that Stephen referred to yesterday in his talk. And so why is this happening, technically speaking? I have a hypothesis that when it comes to words, these large language models create this large multidimensional space. They're able to say king minus man plus woman equals queen because it understands king to be a royal entity, a chess entity, all these different things in a vocabulary space. But when it comes to numbers, you only have a single dimension. So when this large model tries to tokenize a number that doesn't appear often, it's more likely to hallucinate, but in its head, when it says 26.6 versus 28.8, it's statistically pretty close. And so how do we go about solving this problem? And I believe it has to be solved by actually trying to ground them. Now let's go back though to our language issue. If I asked it to actually create a haiku describing Romeo and Juliet, again, large model is great, right? So what are the use cases we want to use this to, and how do we ensure that it's actually good with numbers again? Now, part of the problem with this is we have many of this is my CEO sitting in our conference, telling us that AI is the tool we will use for data-based decision making. But if we can't trust the decisions coming out of it, the very numbers it uses to make those decisions, how are we expected to move forward? So what can we do about this? I'm going to take what Olivier said earlier and summarize it as 3 steps. First, discovery and interoperability. Keep your data open. Companies like ours need this data to be able to ground our large models, to test against them, to create benchmarks to understand whether we're doing better or worse with the new models we release. Part of this is making that data also an open machine readable standard such as SDMX. Actually, this month we'll be announcing that data commons will allow for data import in SDMX and full interoperability with the SDMX standard. We also need high quality data and metadata, but we need that again in a machine readable format. Earlier, Olivier spoke to Croissant as a sample of that, but that metadata should include things like error bars, source links, provenance information, all of that again in a machine readable format. And we need that trust and responsibility. So I want to thank actually OECD and KOSTAT for inviting me here today as a private enterprise. And I think that it speaks volumes to the fact that you invited me to come and speak to all of you about this problem. And I think it's also the responsibility of all of you to hold our feet to the flame on ensuring that we succeed in giving the right information to our users and take on the responsibility that we have on ensuring the data is correct. So where do I think we can go technologically? I want to show you two quick examples. We announced this last year, this tool called Data Gemma, where we took a large model and we grounded it with real-world data to show that we could increase the accuracy of the large model from about 16% up to about 85%. So what this does is you take a question like, is gender equality improving in Uganda? And what the large model does is it breaks this up into a bunch of sub-questions about gender pay, about the proportion of women in the legislature, education, so on and so forth. It pulls a table of information for each of these directly from data commons, then pushes that back into the context window to produce an answer. And that answer will actually source back from the actual data. I'll show you the table it got it from, the exact source link, give you that provenance. And so this is an example of telling the large model you can only use this data to create the answer from, which we found initially worked. Now, the problem with this methodology, it's computationally intensive and it's slow. So we've gone ahead and we've started playing with the Model Context Protocol, MCP, which Olivier alluded to in his presentation also. And I wanted to show you a quick example of what that looks like. So let's say we go about asking, how has Africa done against HIV and AIDS? So one of the things we can do with this is going to go ahead and look up the place Africa and understand that that's a collection of countries. From that collection of countries, it's going to start pulling a bunch of statistical variables, and it's going to get all of this data from all of those statistical variables and then give me the opportunity to generate a report. Now, this is the magic of using the language part of the large language model. I have all the data in place. Now I can take all that data and now I can produce a visual report with an executive summary, with graphs that show progress across different countries, what's doing well, what's not, detailed analysis and context, a conclusion, but most importantly, it can also show me the data limitations and notes. And so this is a little peek into where I think the technology is going and what it can do. So that rather than writing one book for the entire world, for example, on what we can do, how do we write one book for every admin area so what they can do individually to move these indicators forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prem, for showing us that the tech giants also know that close is not good enough when it comes to statistics and that we're not quite there with numbers yet, but that we have a path. Now, Korea is one of the few countries where Google does not have a search majority. So it's appropriate that we have a colleague here who does have the search majority in Korea. So let me welcome our second discussant, Mr. Juhwan Jung, Director and Evangelist from Naver Cloud. Juhwan is a leading voice in Korea's generative AI ecosystem, promoting Hyperclover X and advising government agencies on AI strategy. He brings hands-on experience in business development and consulting for AI projects and will offer perspectives on how national efforts can align with broader AI readiness goals. So please welcome Mr. Jung.
안녕하세요. 네이버 클라우드의
Good morning. I am Jung Joo-han from Naver Cloud. First of all, only belatedly I was able to get access to presentation materials. I haven't prepared any slides. My apology first for this. As explained before, and based upon what was previously mentioned, in the process of data collection, there are many things to consider, and transparent data management is critical. So with global guidelines and data processing and data collection and data reuse will be made possible. And then we will be able to use data worldwide in a more meaningful way. And I agree with this idea. In addition to data transparency, I believe it is equally important that we take care of data biases. So in terms of data collection, there could be biased data. So we need to make sure whether such data appears. And the exclusion of such biased data would be important. As mentioned, cross-song and other global format standards and guidelines, these are the things that we are not yet clearly aware of. So in looking at data aspects, we will be also considering standards, and we will be working with KOSTAT to find out whether there are things that we can do in terms of data. At Naver, so what we are doing is to present data in partnership with KOSTAT. But using generative AI in presenting official statistics, it is not being done yet. But working with KOSTAT, I think we have a role to play in this respect, so that it can highlight the critical role that KOSTAT can play. It's my great pleasure to be here, and I'm really attentively listening to all the presentations and comments. The OECD, the World Bank, or the UN, these organizations are really exploring the issue of data integration to create new value. And I was able to recognize the importance of such efforts. And then, what type of data should we disclose or share? And this is one question that we need to grapple with starting from now. But there are many aspects that we're not ready yet. That's why data disclosure is not being made to the fullest extent possible as for now. Just a moment, please.
아까 통계 자료
And about statistical data, it was mentioned that there are wrong numbers, simply wrong numbers, and we know that based on our experience. Then what to do about them to produce more reliable answers? This is one area where we are researching. As mentioned by our speaker from Google, it is not about simply presenting data. In addition to that, using MCPs or through different agents, we need to make sure that answers are provided in a secure manner. In Korea, yes, Google majority is not present in the Korean market, but in fact, through Google searches, we have users accessing data, and at Naver, we are also looking for global partnerships, collaborations to secure data.
제가 사실 발표자
So I was not able to prepare my PPT slides. So maybe I think I can contribute further in the Q&A session or discussion session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jung. Thank you for reinforcing the importance of data transparency and addressing biases in data. It's good to see that NAVA are working actively with KOSTAT because this type of NSO private sector cooperation will be critical as we move forwards. Now, in the previous presentations from Prem and Olivia, they both mentioned SDMX, which I'm sure would have been music to our next speaker's ears. As long as he is indeed online, joining us virtually will be Eric Anvar, head of smart data at the OECD, and the first person to very eagerly drag me into his office and talk to me about SDMX and SISCC some years ago when I joined SDD. Eric leads the OECD's smart data strategy and has spearheaded international collaboration through the SISCC community. With over 25 years' experience in IT and data management, Eric will present findings from the OECD's first AI readiness survey, highlighting both the ambitions and gaps in statistical systems worldwide. So joining us at, I think, 3 or 4 a.m. from Paris, please welcome Eric Anvar.
Thank you, Ashley, and indeed, it's my great pleasure to be with you today, despite of the late hour. And I was very interested in hearing what was said before, and I think you will see that it resonates very well with some of the findings from this AI readiness survey that we carried out earlier this year under the aegis of the OECD Committee on Statistics and Statistical Policy, the CSSP. So today, I will obviously not go to the detail of these survey results. You can find them in this presentation in the annex, but really highlight a few takeaways that, again, resonates very well with what was introduced earlier. Let's get to them right away. The first takeaway that statistical officers conveyed through their answers is this idea that with AI, in fact, they're looking forward to regenerate, rejuvenate, revisit perhaps age-old cases for streamlining and automating statistical process. So in a way, similar, in fact, to what they've been trying to achieve over the past years and decades, but in a very new way, and perhaps at a much more, let's say, in a much more systematical and rigorous way and at scale. And I will get back to that later on. Second idea that came across is this idea that indeed AI can be a catalyst for higher efficiency in statistical production, but perhaps even more enable better data accessibility. And that goes back to the notion of discoverability, smoother access to this information, official statistics that can be sometimes difficult and complex to deal with. So here there is the idea that with generative AI, we would be able to really, take a leap forward in this extra mile in engaging with users and giving them better access to our statistics. Some officers even mentioned opportunities for new products and services. The main gap, and that was, I think, already very well mentioned in the previous presentations, is with the data and metadata. So really the bulk of the discussion today is how can we make AI-ready statistics by adopting the right standards, formats, and how we sort of present our data and metadata. And I will focus on that in the rest of the presentation, with obviously important areas to invest in, which are skills and platform mentioned as priority by the statistical officers. So let's get now to the meat of what AI readiness means when it comes to AI-ready statistics. The main interpretation, as conveyed in the survey, was really data that is ready to be consumed by AI agents and AI clients. So AI client can be public chatbots that were mentioned before, can be AI clients that can be organization-specific, or even AI agents that progressively we are expected to deploy over all the steps of the data lifecycle, and perhaps not only the dissemination part. And what are the characteristics of this AI-ready data? It should be machine-readable, standard formats and protocol to make data and metadata available through APIs. It should be equipped with the appropriate semantics. By that we mean structural metadata, concepts, code lists that should be harmonized, and also information that describe the data, referential metadata that should be meaningful and complete. When I list these items, in fact, these are not new. These are topics that statisticians, official statisticians have been working on over the past decades, I may say. Standards, good practice, have been developed over the years in a collective fashion, and SDMX, that was already mentioned, is one standard that sort of crystallizes and capitalizes all this knowledge. But only what is happening now is that we are sort of rediscovering the virtue of having this machine-readable, harmonized semantics, meaningful and complete data and metadata, because it makes the data consumable by AI clients and agents. And perhaps what is new is that before we were preaching that, we were implementing that to some extent, but in a way we could cheat, because we're human users, you can cheat. But with AI agents, we cannot cheat, because if you don't get these things right, then consumption by AI will not be possible, and AI even may get confused. And so this becomes even more crucial and critical. The other interpretation of AI readiness is data that we can use, especially microdata, to train, fine-tune, or ground AI model, but I will not dwell too much on that today. The other question that we asked was, what can we do together rather than alone? Which are the areas where we could perhaps move faster if we were to collaborate more? The first idea that came across is the notion of more co-investment. We know that implementing AI will require investment in skills, in platforms, tools, in harmonizing our data and metadata. And it's quite obvious that, with budget in public administration that is under constraint, co-investment or ways to work as a community to develop assets together is a way forward. The second important area of collaboration, and it's very obvious from everything that was presented today, is about capitalizing on existing statistical standards, enriching them with AI-ready features, and Olivier gave very good examples of what they may mean. And as part of that, we see leveraging the statistical standards as a way to facilitate interoperability with tech players, and already very well illustrated by the presentation by Google before I took the floor. Third idea is, of course, to develop AI readiness frameworks. We need guidelines, we need spaces where capacity building can take place, where peer learning can take place, and we need to foster a culture of innovation. That's a point that was also conveyed a lot by the statistical officers. Something, again, that is not new. I mean, since digital transformation are happening over the past 20, 30 years, fostering a culture of innovation is a topic, is an issue, is a goal. But with AI, it becomes even more crucial and urgent, so to speak, to foster in our organizations. So what can OECD more specifically offer in that context? I wanted to bring two ideas here to the table. One is this space where we can co-invest and co-innovate. One space that we can offer, among others, is the SICC, the Statistical Information System Collaboration Community. It's an open source community for official statistics, where we have learned over the past 15 years to establish the protocols, the governance, the collaborative culture to make actually co-investment and co-innovation happen. And by that we mean organizations like members contributing financially and partners contributing in kind, in order to develop together open source software assets reusable by all. And so we have this space that we can use, and that is actually very much underpinned by SDMX, because essentially the product that we developed here are implementations of SDMX. And that leads me to my second contribution is actually making investment in the area of SDMX plus AI happen. So we started this workstream SDMX plus AI back in March 2024. And this has led to a number of workshops with members and partners, and with some, at this stage, very promising co-investment opportunities that are underway or close to be started in the area of AI-boosted search, another name for semantic search, as was mentioned before by Olivier, in developing potentially conversational data explorers able to explore SDMX sources, or contributing also to this great initiative by our IMF colleagues, the Global Statistics Commons, with this tool called StatGPT. And let me conclude with a sort of a metaphor. I think Ashley was mentioning the idea of a data butler. We can also use the image of a data concierge. I think this is something that has been on the mind of official statisticians since many years, and that there have been some attempt in the past years. We're not yet completely there. There are still a few issues and problems to fix, but I think we're very close to achieve this dream, so to speak, with generative AI, capitalizing in the background on all the quality standards that we have been developing over the years, the quality metadata that we're able to bring to the shore, of course under the supervision of human and expert data modelers in the background that are exercising oversight over this process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for listening to my voice at 2:30 a.m. in the morning when I started my opening. And thank you also for enlightening us on the OECD's efforts to better understand AI readiness, and for promoting international collaboration, which will be key if we are to make AI a wormhole and not a black hole, as Steve was saying yesterday. Now, our next speaker is Ms. Sun-Hee Yi, Director of the AI Statistical Innovation Division at Statistics Korea. With 17 years of experience in statistical information systems, Sun-Hee is currently leading Korea's efforts to develop AI-ready metadata. Her presentation will delve into design principles, semantic integration, and the need for global collaboration to ensure that metadata supports responsible AI use. Please welcome Ms. Yi.
안녕하십니까. 통계청.
Good morning. I am Isani from KOSTAT, Statistics Korea. So today, if you look at our department, within KOSTAT, in May, it's a newly established department for AI readiness. So today, I'd like to introduce to you what we are doing within our department. First of all, background. I think it has been mentioned extensively. LLMs are prevalent, and in spite of that, in terms of reading numbers and statistical tables, these models are limited. So NSOs are working on this. Then, how to respond to this challenge? In May, I had a presentation at an OECD CSSP meeting, and there are two pillars that we need to consider. First of all, without human intervention, AI should be able to properly select and explain statistical data. It means we need to have AI-ready metadata. And secondly, there are requirements for statistical metadata. Rather than simply explaining data structures, the semantic relationships should be standardized, which means we need to work on ontology aspects as well. So SDMX could be a solution, and importance of it was mentioned by previous speakers. And then I'm saying why SDMX alone is not enough. When I first thought about this, last year at KOSTAT, using LLM, we attempted to introduce a chatbot, but we faced challenges. For example, in Korea, we have a decentralized statistical system. There are 400 statistical producers producing 1,400 official statistics data sets. The reason why we wanted to establish a chatbot was when a user, without knowing the specific name of data sets and only knowing variables, for example, employment rate, and when a user wanted to search relevant data, we really wanted to show relevant answers. But in Korea, the employment rate, that's variable, and there are 100 different types of statistical data under this specific variable. Then what would be really fit for purpose statistics that we can show? Whether the judgment should be made by AI, for that to happen, we need to provide metadata, but the problem is we do not have the metadata in place. Then what should we do about this? We referenced international standards, and SDMX was the #1 candidate, in fact. Then can we build metadata using SDMX to enable the chatbot functionality? But for SDMX, there are limitations. It's focused on data sets in describing metadata. For instance, we have economic activity survey. Then unemployment rate could be a variable. This is something SDMX can do well. But throughout the organization, I have a research project, and I want to look at variables and most suitable statistics. Then SDMX, under such a scenario, is not able to present metadata sufficiently. So we wanted to make sure that the smartest possible answers could be provided. That is why we are looking for more refined and more descriptive data sets. That is why SDMX RDF or data cubes, so ontology format SDMX standards and lightweight SDMX DCAS standards were also looked at. But for these, they were so lightweight, which meant in terms of data comparability, these were limited. For instance, it's a simple scenario. Let's look at employment rate. So everybody knows what this means. Easy to compare. You may think so. But in terms of employment rate, it's not simply comparing two different figures between country A and country B, for instance. Let's think of population first. It could be age 15 to 64, OECD standards, but in certain countries, the population could be over 15 population, or it could be both. And then, is it possible that AI can accurately compare country A and B based on employment rate? Or if there are multiple variables, how AI can accurately compare? There should be more information about populations. There's another scenario. Even if we have the same scenario, depending on whether it is raw material or seasonally adjusted material or trained material, it could be different. If it is a short term, we use seasonally adjusted one. Mid and long term, we use trend data. But it differs by country. Some countries use seasonally adjusted one as headline. In some countries, they also show trend analysis. This is a very fine line, and it's very likely that AI is not able to distinguish these. And then finally, the analysis outcome will be not accurate. For example, if trend analysis is used, then it rather mitigates short-term shocks. So the overall analysis outcomes may not be accurate. Previously, these were not a serious problem. It's because human researchers were responsible for validation. That is why, about comparability, we have established prior knowledge, which was sufficient. So we were able to produce right outcomes and accurate outcomes. But it's going to be different. It's because in using AI, when AI researches data, the research time itself would be reduced significantly. It means there are lower barriers in terms of data access. or it could be just a misunderstanding on the part of users. Now, users asking questions in natural language would expect that AI would provide accurate answers. They would just trust the outcomes. But in fact, AI could be wrong, or the analysis outcomes could be wrong, which would be just accepted on the part of users. So statistics is complex. But now, with the addition of AI and with lowered barriers, things would be made even more complicated. Without full AI readiness and just by lowering barriers, we will not be able to prevent the diffusion of wrong information. Then should we just limit data access to statistical experts? That's not the way how laws and regulations would be adopted. So what we should do is the basic knowledge, even for lay people, we need to make sure that statistical data are trained by AI in the most comprehensible manner. So metadata standards, statistical knowledge encyclopedia, this is what we are working on. Then what are the standards that are needed? I'd like to share some alternatives that we are developing at KOSTAT. First of all, in the AI era, we believe the statistical metadata should not be limited to any specific format such as SDMX. Metadata registry standards along with SDMX should be accepted as well, so it should be more comprehensive. And the second requirement is, for most statistical organizations, they would describe metadata as data set. But we need to have a new format of metadata. It should be at a variable level, very specific and disaggregated. And the third requirement is it should be able to cover multiple levels of semantics. For example, youth unemployment. It should combine both youth and unemployment. And also it should be correlated with unemployment among larger age groups. So the semantic relationship and its network should be very tight. And it means we need to have ontology standards covering all these different levels and aspects. The fourth requirement is metadata is not limited to a pilot phase. I think metadata should cover the entire life cycle of statistical production, so there should be a flow. For GSBPM or GSIM, alignment is required in that sense. But metadata should not be too heavy, which means, because if that's the case, statistical organizations will not be able to follow. But DCAT is too lightweight, because if that's the case, AI will not be able to fully grasp the meaning. So striking the right balance is critical. And if that's difficult, maybe we can define multiple levels of standards. For example, static CAT can be used to provide lightweight standards. But for more professional organizations, GSIM-based, more complicated standards could be adopted. And lastly, all these standards should be also able to support linkage, looking at the entire ecosystem. So these are the requirements upon which we are working on standards. So first of all, we're going to have a double-track approach. Track A is a lightweight approach. We are first thinking of complicated version, and if that's successful, then we can move on to develop lightweight version. So schema design, this is where we are at right now. So DDI, ISO registry standards, and SCOS-XCOS international standards are being integrated into our own unique standard schema, and the work is in progress. And we would like to share with you if we have successful outcomes. And I think that will be contributing to setting international standards in this domain. So time is up. Then once standards are in place, how to deliver them, that's another question. TDO, it's a model in Switzerland. So reliable metadata disclosure portal can be developed on a national basis. That was our idea, but as mentioned by our speaker from Google, we have MCPs available. We have other methodologies available for diffusion and dissemination. So we will be further looking into these issues. The last slide. The impact of statistical metadata is not limited to user convenience. We need to prevent the diffusion of misinformation and wrong statistical data, and this is critical in preventing negative social and economic impacts. And I think AI is really taking the lead in this whole discourse. So once we have wrong information, we don't have means to correct it. But once we manage metadata as an NSO, it means we can regain sovereignty or control over statistical data and data as well. Last but not least, I'd like to share with you my conclusion. So once we start this discourse and discussions about international standards, we will be actively contributing. And by building on mutual experience, I think we can produce efficient and simpler standards. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eun-hee. You demonstrated well the difficulties AI might have when trying to understand data, even when implementing metadata standards like SDMX, and the need in KOSTAT to go further. So our final speaker is Dr. Manuel Garcia Herranz, Principal Researcher and Data Science Specialist at UNICEF. Manuel is the co-founder of UNICEF's Frontier Data Network and has led groundbreaking work on AI, big data, and algorithmic equity. Today, he'll share how collaborative innovation and science-based approaches can bridge the gap between frontier data technologies and humanitarian impact. A warm welcome to Dr. Garcia Herranz.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks to KOSTAT and to OECD for having me here. First and foremost, I'm not a statistician myself. I'm a computer scientist. I have my PhD in computer science, and I've been working on network science and complex systems and AI and machine learning for the last 20 years. And over the last 11 years at UNICEF, trying to improve data technology innovation. And only on the last 4 years, I've been working with the data and analytics division with the statistics. So a lot of what I've been trying to do and search for is how do we enable data technology innovation in a space that is closer to the most vulnerable and to the things that UNICEF care for. And most recently, finding how important data is in this space. Now, Amandeep was mentioning this morning about the data gap. And that's one of the main challenges I'm seeing is into how do we incorporate AI technologies, how do we influence AI technologies. This is a space that's growing tremendously. We're seeing that there is more demand than actual talent, and we can't afford to get that talent. So how do we get closer to that talent? And how do we influence those technologies when all that talent is being fought around by big companies? At the same time, we face a generation that is actually trying to make a better world. And that's something that big companies understand also, and that I see how they approach UNICEF and the UN in an honest way for saying, all my talents on machine learning, on AI can be better spent in some way. So that's a little bit how we started building, and that was at the core of what is the Frontier Data Network. How can we connect to each other and get this space between AI technologies and development, a little bit development in the sense of humanitarian development work, smaller. Frontier Data Network works in 3 pillars. One is community building, and Prem was mentioning the need to engage. We need to get closer to those other communities that increase trust, that also increase language or decrease language barriers, what we mean by data, what we mean by development, what we mean by programs, things like that. But also it helps us develop problem definitions together. In the middle, we have that AI enabling capacity. It doesn't matter if we get closer to each other and we don't have the ingredients to work together. And that sort of getting people, systems, and data ready for AI and ready for AI collaborations is key, and is what I will be talking about a little bit, what we've been doing. So that data to make AI possible for us is taking two shapes. And the first one is much closer to what Olivier was mentioning. But it comes from understanding data as a product. Traditionally at UNICEF, we come from that space in which is reports and analysis that has been our main product, and our end user has been the policy maker, the decision maker, that we need to convince about what's the status of children malnutrition, or what's the status on health or vaccination. And that reports or Excel dumps and ad hoc formats as being the main form of data sharing, it simply doesn't work for AI and machine learning. There is no consistency with classic problems. Same place, 3 different names, and then you have a broken time series. So then we go into that paradox that in order to automate things with machine learning, it requires a lot of manual work. So we basically taken an approach that is platform-driven, standardization, governance, and machine open readiness. Standardization, it means metadata, as it was mentioned before by Suni, and in there we have, for example, 2 platforms that are running on the back. The first one is the reference data manager, and that's where all the metadata comes from. There are 12, I think, different units on data production at the data and analytics division: nutrition, health, education, poverty, gender, climate. Before RDM, each one was using its own metadata, its own understanding. So having that one platform in order to agree for that, that makes it possible for everybody to speak the same language. Geospatial is another space that we found so powerful for combining and giving new value to all these things. It allows for these multi-level semantics, so understanding that Uganda is also in Africa, which is also in different places, or you can navigate through time and through geographies in a consistent way, and therefore your statistics can navigate that way too. So that standardization, assigning codes to items, and naming and analytical conventions, it's one of the key components at the back. Governance is also mapped by those sort of platforms. So making sure before the analyst was basically given the IT guy, here is my data, can you make sure it gets into the web page, or can you produce these report? Once you have a central system to put that, a single source of truth, which in our case is the indicator data warehouse that is open in there, then actually the data producer is the one responsible in the governance process to actually put the data in the same place. And then you have the health analytics going into the same place as the education analytics, as the nutrition analytics, all on the same place. There is a clear ownership and roles because of the way you can access the platform, who has the rights to put data on the platform. So that's another aspect of data modernization. And finally, all that is done in a machine-readable and open-ready way. All of these things, from the geo repository to the reference data manager to the indicator data warehouse, they all have APIs, they all have following open standards, all the units are working on GitHub. So even though the analysis is from themselves, if that needs to be open at some point, is ready to be open. So that is at the core of how do you transform that sort of internal data pipeline into something that is open ready. But that is not enough. Before that transition started 8 years ago in a very progressive way, but it used to be more like data on one side, an analyst produces their own analysis and then creates the report and put it on our website. There is a lot of decision-making process in there that was hidden, that was not coherent. Now it looks like a longer chain, but a lot of these new elements that are actually helped by platforms and coordinated by platforms, and therefore you can access all that process in the middle. You can access the data itself. So that is the main aspect, thinking about data as a product, not just the analysis. That's not enough to unleash AI, and that will go to the second aspect, which is the diverse sources in data. In all this space for artificial intelligence, we need more data than the one we produce. And we are exploring in many different aspects. But documents, reports, and geospatial analysis can be used to be to enrich some of the outputs. And I'm going to talk about two examples. The first one, it talks a little bit about how can we begin integrating within our platforms documents that we know somehow that they're relevant to that analysis. That enables basically two things. One, localization, and second, scale. And I think the localization, both things were kind of mentioned by Prem before. We do have a lot of data that is robustly collected, that is analyzed. Now, when we want to communicate that to the user, not every user, I think that was mentioned by Ashley or by Oliver before, not every user has the same degree of statistical maturity and understanding. By having documents that are relevant to that local context, suddenly we can have very strictly driven LLMs, so LLMs without almost any degree of freedom to adapt the analysis to that local context, to that small governorate or that small city using official data. So we don't need a statistician, or basically we don't need 4,000 statisticians to cover all the different parts of a country. We can have an LLM built with local context that's coming from documents and the official data to produce 5 slides that summarize what that data tells about that local context. The second one is about scale. So we do SDG briefing, how particular SDGs are evolving over different aspects and so on. And that's another space where we can actually, we're exploring currently on doing that in an automatic way. So we can have updated versions by feeding documents of what was the analysis before, what is the data we want that to be analyzed, and how to do that. So that's one point in which probably our databases need to be growing, so it's not only the data and the metadata, but also documents and external data that might be linked to the space where our statistics are talking about. And the second component is documents as data. One example, and that's another space where AI can help a lot. One example is with immunization. We have statistics about what are the needs on immunization, how many children are vaccinated or not vaccinated in the world. And we also are extreme suppliers of vaccines. But what we don't know is how much our governments are spending on vaccination. And that number is hidden within large budgets of health, national budgets, and so on. Yesterday, we were talking about the value of having experts in the room about whatever topic. We're using those experts to help us label those documents and say, these lines actually metadata on vaccination, this is a total number, this is actually, and therefore with that training, AI can help us extract automatically from those documents a new database of vaccination numbers. So I'm gonna summarize in there, but within that sort of trying to break AI and frontier data tech gap, we are focusing on 2 spaces. One is data modernization internally, understanding that our data is a product at every single level, from the metadata to the data itself. And at one point, we need to talk about microdata. And second, what is the role that diverse data sources can have in our data? How can we label and curate other data that is relevant to or related to our statistics, as well as helping label and transform that into official data. So I'll leave a couple of links here, and thank you so much for listening to this talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Manuel, for your insights. So I see this whole session as a foundational discussion, setting up well the rest of our second day. There's still more work to do, clearly, from the supply side by NSOs and IOs to make our data AI ready, to make them easy for AI models to pick up and to distribute to their users, as well as work from the private sector to, in good faith, pick up that data and ground their models in official statistics. Now, we're already a little late, so even though our speakers were mostly well-behaved, we're already eating into our coffee break. So if anyone has any very pressing questions that they want to ask from the floor, then please put your hand up. Otherwise, I invite you to approach our very, very approachable and friendly speakers during the break. Go on.
I apologize for being the one that is basically standing in between everyone and coffee. I have a burning question indeed, which is essentially was inspired by Olivier's presentation, but then follow up by Prun's presentation, which is about the idea that, or the urge that you expressed that NSO should make the data available to, among others, to the private sector. And so as afterwards we were listening to the concept of data commons, I couldn't but remind myself that that idea of commons basically implies kind of shared, let's say, management, but also a kind of a notion of reciprocity, meaning that not only NSO should be making the data available, but it actually also begs the question is with that, we should also have an engagement of the private sector to also make the data available to the NSOs. So I was just wondering if, as we are thinking about that notion of making data available for AI training, if there is a way also to bind that with some kind of call for the private sector to, at the same time, share the data that is also necessary for not only the NSOs, but let's say for society at large. And there are good models, examples where Transporter for London is one that comes to my mind because we studied that. But I was just wondering, and this maybe also for whole the panel.
Please, Prem.
Yes. Short answer, I think there's work already underway around this. For example, we have a large collaborative agreement with the World Bank as Google, along with many other private sector companies, around sharing everything from mobility data to geographic, satellite, maps imagery, so on and so forth for different use cases, right? And so, we continue to make many of our research projects also available as in CC0 or CC4, so we are, if you will, eating our own dog food. We are, practicing what we're preaching. So a recent example of that is the building outlines data, a global product where, you take the vast amount that Google Earth has collected and you collect building outline information, the outlines, the heights, the areas over the last many decades, right? And so we're starting to make these data products available in different formats, under different platforms, under different ways of sharing, right? Data Commons is one of those many ways. So the short answer is yes, and that's the longer answer of ways we're already doing it. But I think the engagement that we have with all of you, so yesterday it was interesting listening to the conversation on defining AI or understanding AI usage, right? And so I gave a homework assignment back to my friends at the OECD, which was, if you had a magic wand, what data would you want from us and what format would you want that in, right? Because when you engage with these, and I notice I'm, one of the only private sector folks here, not to mention the dearth of civil society folks who are not here also at these conferences. So how do we increase the aperture of the folks who are here so they understand that need? Because there are people at those companies who want to help and want to be able to create these products that allow you folks to create the analysis and the policies that result in a better world for all of us.
I think Manuel wanted to intervene. You've got 1 minute, and then if Olivier wants to intervene, he can have 1 minute, and then we get coffee.
Yeah, I'll try to get only half, but that's a very meaningful question. I mean, a lot of what I've been trying to do over UNICEF over the last 11 years has been creating that flow of data from private sector. And I think right now it's a World Bank initiative that is called the Development Data Partnership that we try to, and Google is part of that actually, that sets up some standards for sharing data that way. It's very pilot driven at the moment, so you have to specify anytime what for, and it's not good for emergencies, for example, and things like that, but that's one of the examples I was putting in my slides for this community on trying to understand a little bit more what is being provided there, how can that be useful to the work that we do at NSOs and official statistics, and influence that demand side that Prem was saying. What do we need? But some of the channels might be there, and the Development Data Partnership is one of those.
Yeah, just to confirm that this engagement is indeed happening. Yeah. My first interaction with Prem actually was him receiving a very long list of complaints I had about data commons, which I had not trying to make polite or in any ways because it was not intended directly for him. But Google took very good action on that, and I think it started a very good relationship. The Development Data Partnership, the exchange of data, as Prem mentioned, is happening. I think what we need to exchange also is really our concerns and our practice. Obviously, Google, they have all the IT guys that we don't have. I think we have the data guys that they need. And so we need more of these kind of meetings. As I mentioned, we interact a lot with international organizations and through them NSOs also. For example, with the Committee for the Coordination of Statistical Activities to define what we, the official statistical community, think would be the optimal way of implementing the terms of the CC BY license, for example, attribution, documentation of change. What do we mean? What we mean is not necessarily what they mean. So we need to sit down, we need to discuss not just with Google, but also with the other partners. And that's why this type of meeting we're having here is absolutely essential. But we need more than our good friend Prem in the room. And I think that's what is planned by UNEC, working on that, by the UN Stat Commission and others. So I think this win-win collaboration probably has a very bright future. I'm very confident about that because we solve the problem, they're solving ours. I think there's no reason for that not to happen.
Everyone, a big round of applause for our panel.
Many, many thanks to the panelists, moderator, and discussants. And I'll see you back in 10 minutes after the break. So 11:15 is the conference resumes. Thank you. Distinguished participants, session 4 of KOSTAT OECD Global Conference will begin shortly. We kindly ask the chair and speakers of session 4 to proceed inside and prepare for the session. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. Due to the large number of registrants, we would greatly appreciate your cooperation in filling the empty seats starting from the front of the room. To ensure smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be available throughout the conference. We ask participants to prepare your receivers in advance. Presentation materials can be downloaded by scanning the QR code on your name tag. This conference is being broadcasted live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the conference website. Also, we would appreciate hearing your thoughts on the conference, so please take a moment to complete your online survey available through the conference website at kostat-oecd2025.com. For on-site participants, the survey can also be accessed by scanning the QR code on your conference leaflet. Thank you for your cooperation. Once again, session 4 chair and the speakers we invite session 4 speakers and chair to proceed inside and take their spaces on the stage. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to invite session 4 chair and presenters to come to proceed inside and take their seats on the stage. If you wish, you can start, I think. Is the mic on for the chair. Can you put the mic on for the chair? 좌장 마이크 좀 올려주십시오.
Okay. Yeah, it's on. So, good morning. We continue with session 4. We're going to start looking now at the impacts of artificial intelligence for data quality. As a community, I think we love to talk about data quality on the assumption that official statistics are the best quality data. But I think, if we're honest, that could probably be challenged. We have quality standards, but as Eric mentioned in his intervention this morning, we're very good at setting standards, perhaps not quite as good at following them. And this is one of the challenges that artificial intelligence is presenting, is that it's really leaving no room for escape. We're really going to have to adopt our standards. So we're going to have, I think, a very well qualified panel to discuss both the challenges and the opportunities around data quality coming from artificial intelligence. Okay, so we're a bit pressed for time already, given the inefficiency of the morning, the morning panel. So I'm going to cut it and we'll get down to the chase. So I'm going to introduce each speaker as they come up. So our first presenter is Jean-Marc Marceau. He's a senior expert and chief enterprise architect at Eurostat, the European Statistical Office of the European Statistical System. And Jean-Marc has been the driving force for integrating emerging technologies for official statistics for a number of years. So Jean-Marc is going to talk about AI and statistical quality, a reflection based on European statistics code of practice. Each speaker has 10 minutes or less, but at 10 minutes you will be ejected. So you can speak from the panel. So Jean-Marc, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the delay, being late in this session. I would like to thank you for the organizers for inviting me first, and I was asked actually to explore the way whether AI will require us to rethink our quality framework, and this was challenging to me because it's let's say back to the basic, as we heard previously yesterday. So definitely not the final answer what I'm going to speak. It's an exploration. It's based from a European perspective, where the European statistical of practice is playing an important role. And it's definitely there to open the dialogue on how we can use AI responsibly while safeguarding trust and quality in this context. So this work is personal. It's not a commitment from Eurostat. It's not an official position. And I will be as brief as possible, sticking into the 10 minutes delay. So the scope of the presentation, so I will really briefly set the scene on dimension of AI, innovation, and development of statistics and quality in the context of the European statistical system. And then I will give pointer, because this work is not rocket science, it's just a new perspective on existing work, and I pay tribute to them, listing them for future resource. The slides are a bit wordy, but I will go quick on them. Then looking into this, what I promised, looking at the AI impact on the code of practice, what is the fundamental work for us, and having some concluding remarks in -5 second time. Actually, the core question we are facing is how we move innovation, being it AI-driven or not, into production. So let's have a practical approach to this. And of course, the quality framework we have in this context, and the SS1, European Statistical Framework, quality framework, is playing an important role with drivers. But here, the scope is really to identify where impact where the AI will impact on this framework. So innovation, needless to say that we all agree that innovation is a must. We must innovate. We need to, the key drivers are well known. At least we can also collectively say that the new data source which are now available and the new technology are driving this innovation. AI is a means to an end. It's not a goal in itself. The European statistical system, which I recall for those of you which are not familiar, is a partnership between Eurostat and the NSOs from the different member states in Europe. And we collaborate. That's important. We have a strong, let's say, ability to collaborate. We collaborate to produce European statistics, trusted statistics. There we have a long tradition of collaboration, as I said. We have also a compass towards innovation. We have a coordinated roadmap for innovation, the ESS Innovation Agenda. And in this roadmap, there is, of course, a cornerstone, and Frankie was referring to it yesterday. There is an important project on AI, ML for official statistics, which is really one of the cornerstones of this innovation program. And on the same level, we have also a commitment, or at least an intention, to revise our quality framework with respect to new data source, but new data source and AI intricated. So the value proposition, I will not insist on that. There is a consensus on the value proposition of AI, efficiency, automation, so obvious that new data source, at least a way to produce, to get new statistics from new data source or unconventional data source, improve accessibility and quality, and but not the least, unleashing innovation and gaining agility. So that's the scene for innovation. The ESS quality framework is enshrined in our basic legal act. It's a foundational act. And indeed, it's at the top of this framework, there is this European Statistics Code of Practice, which is a high-level commitment to delivering high quality and reliable statistics on the European statistics. And it's organized according to 3 pillars: institutional context, statistical processes, and output quality. And these are principles that guide. And they are complemented with a set of indicators that should guide member states to NSOs to go along this path. At the bottom, towards more standardization, there is a full bench, a big bench of guidelines, good practice that are there to serve, to help people or NSOs to implement this code of practice, this commitment to quality. And at the very bottom, in order to foster harmonization, sorry, up. No, I'm not. Okay, at the very bottom, there are some standards for reporting and this kind of standard indicators which are specific to projects. So going ahead, just a practical approach to innovation. Actually, quality is a fit for purpose. So it's very important to remind that actually we should involve users, and the user needs to drive the quality. It's not a universal and automatic assessment of all the quality dimensions, which are the drivers for this. The indicators we have in this bench of guidelines and so on are not up to date. Indeed, there's room for improvement, but actually there's also room for adapting them to and being very practical on defining indicators with respect to the user needs. And the focus in this transition is more on sustainability, which actually corresponds to the institutional environment and the process which are underlined in the ESS Code of Practice. So I will be very quick on this tribute to the work that has been ongoing for several years, starting on the left-hand side with machine learning, originally with machine learning, with the seminal work from the UNEC, the first guidelines on machine learning, how to use machine learning, a bench of collaborative project, SNet, what we call network, ESS network, that goes along big data and AI for ML. at the intersection between this abrupt or transition from machine learning, which is quite, let's say, smooth, let's say, and generative AI is the EU AI Act, which is now in force, which is, of course, in the ESS focus, but it brings a lot of standards with it and some guidance for implementation. And at the bottom, you see also OECD principles, which are very relevant in this context. And then the new bench of new development regarding generative AI was to mention also the development at European level on the code of practice for general purpose model AI, but also the very recent, and I'm keen that Inkyun will speak about it, the generative AI project, which is actually most of the source, and we will find most of the reference I was speaking about in this context. So let's say I have 3 slides where what I propose is to show the result of the analysis, this first analysis, on the different dimensions of the code of practice. To be very short, most of the dimensions are impacted at different levels. There is a heat map, a very rough scale based on personal assessments. It's a start for a discussion. And there is a differentiation between machine learning and generative AI, but indeed it's not. Just to highlight a few, because I will not have time to go through all of them. Professional independence. Everything has been mentioned in this audience previously. Professional independence. This heavy dependency we might, in some scenario, have to AI providers, LLMs and so on, possibly put tension on this independence and possibly linked with the geopolitical risk, the geopolitical issues which are coming up in this context. The mandate for data collection, or to ensure that we have actually access to the data, is an important dimension as well. The paradigm is changing because what we have seen in the discussion that the landscape for the information is changing as well. Concentration. We need good data for AI/ML, but indeed in this context we need to also we will see this landscape changing. Maybe the real data will not exist in 10 years, so in some foresight scenario. The very good data will be not very expensive because there is a market for data and there might be a concentration. I will go, we know already about the adequacy of resource, the tension that can be created because of the skills we need, because of the infrastructure we need. The commitment to quality is a paradigm shift we are experiencing because now we are changing from our standard paradigm for survey methodology towards lack of productivity and so on. So I'm skipping, sorry. For the statistical process, the essence to have actually a robust approach, appropriate procedures. Actually, this dependence on AI is putting some risk, raise some risk. I'm not going to detail them. Of course, it's an approach based on risk. It's not an approach based on the let's say the opportunities it creates. But as I said, it's also to see where we have an impact on AI and where we need to change, or at least to adapt our code of practice. Non-excessive burden, cost effectiveness are also dimensions which are possibly less impacted, but actually raise some attention. The output quality has been discussed at length, or at least from the beginning. Despite their positive effects on relevance, there might be tension because we might lack data in the future and if we go along with AI paradigm. Accuracy and reliability, we know the shortcomings of the AI models. The timeliness and punctuality, where we expect some achievement there. Indeed, there will be complexification of the process and that might create some tension or respect to the punctuality. The coherence and comparability, we know the limitation, the model drift, and this LLM dependency on the version of the LLM might also be an important element to take into account in quality consideration. And the accessibility and quality that's been developed, but indeed there are also limitations and risks. So I'm sorry I could not develop them at most. But the key message is that this is a first exploration, for sure. We see that AI impacts significantly quality framework. There is a need to react to this. There is a way out, not to stay and wait for full standardization, full understanding. There is a path toward innovation, moving innovation towards production. with a responsible approach, and AI is part of this innovation. AI is not a means, a goal in itself. It comes with other elements. It does not come in isolation, and so it has to be adapted to different contexts. The code of practice, which were there and we discovered for this purpose, actually can easily track most of the impact of the AI, so it's a quite good and stable framework with this respect. And we are still in an early phase in this context, but I would say that there is already some maturity with respect to this, so it's worth to go along. So I quit with this. So looking forward, I think we still need to continue with the bottom-up approach, case by case, to bring this knowledge, to bring this confidence on the quality dimension. There are some specific classes of use case which are already could be standardized, and in this context, at least we can all easily progress with respect to evolving a quality framework. And the quality review, critical review of the current ESS quality framework is at reach, let's say. It's feasible, not in 10 minutes, but it's feasible. So thank you very much. I think the key, if there was a takeaway, indeed, is that the challenge is not to choose between innovation and quality, but to make it work together. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jean-Marc. Our next speaker is Olivier Duperret. He doesn't require any introduction. You met him briefly this morning. So with that, I'll just ask Olivier to speak about data quality control and anomaly management in time series. Olivier?
Thank you. Just waiting for the slides. Okay, so I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about what I already mentioned this morning, the importance of quality of both data and metadata in the context of AI readiness. So I think it's obvious for all of us that large language models and AI, when it's used for disseminating data through chatbots and others, require that the data be of high quality. Otherwise, obviously, LLMs would just give you the wrong insights. And the metadata quality has to be high as well to make sure that the LLM and the AI application will properly contextualize and build the answers based on the most relevant information. So we need semantically rich metadata for that. And in this context, we can use AI to improve data and metadata. What I'm going to show today is just a small fraction of what we at the World Bank are doing to try to improve data quality and metadata quality in the context of AI readiness. So we understand, of course, that data and metadata quality has many dimensions. This is just a small fraction of it, and it focuses just on all data that come from indicators and time series. So first, data quality. I think most data providers do some consistency checks in the indicators and time series. So using some rule-based system, which are very easy to program, they make sure that different time series are relatively consistent with each other. If you have GDP per capita, obviously you want that to be your GDP divided by your population. You want to be sure that different time series are fully consistent with each other. And then some rule-based can be also implemented, for example, to be sure that a net rate would not go outside the 0 to 100 range. So these are basic things that I think are systematically done. What we notice in a lot of the data we have is that other types of anomalies are not necessarily systematically detected. And we still find them in the data set that we think are highly curated data sets, like, for example, the World Development Indicators database that the World Bank published and that has millions and millions of users. We find some, let's say, strange values sometimes when we start digging in this data. And anomalies basically are just data points or sequence of points that deviate from what we would expect considering the pattern of the data series. So it could be just a point anomaly, you know, a value that is unusually high or low, some outliers, or it can be a change of trend that is not necessarily explained. So how do we detect that? we use machine learning, we use statistical procedures, and we can use AI for detecting that also. So one of the first things we've done is just look at the existing methods. We have not invented any method for this. We have tested some, the use of multimodal AI models for detecting anomalies. We found that to be too heavy and too expensive, so we just wanted to rely on relatively standardized machine learning and statistical methods. So we extracted information or functions from existing R package, and out of that we created a new R package that we call microanomaly, which basically does just three things. It normalizes the data, meaning that for each data series it will impute missing values, it will remove the seasonal impact, and it will detrend the data, so that's just the data preparation phase. Then it will detect anomalies, and we implemented 5 different methods for that, and then it reports on the anomalies that have been detected. So there's no rocket science there. This is something that can be very well done, and it's all done based on methods that already existed for some of them many years ago. That's just a slide for the geeks in the room. This basically is just the R script that I had to write to identify anomalies in the full WDI data set, which is 26 million observations, 265 geographies, and 1,015 indicators. So the short script, prepare the data, detect the anomalies, and report on them. The kind of output that you will get from this is basically a report on, for each value, how many of these 5 different methods that we implemented consider a certain value as an anomaly in the series. This is just an example. It's the total land area of the world. And this is something that has been in our data set, something that we, the World Bank, have published for many, many years in very well-curated data. And what it shows is that in 1992, the world land area has increased by 21 million square kilometers. That's about Mexico, US, and Canada put together. So there's probably something wrong in this data. So if you find this type of anomalies in your data set, and we can put thresholds, of course, on what we consider as an anomaly. And in the WDI, if we decide that only values considered by, detected as anomalies by at least 3 methods would be considered as an anomaly, we still come with about 2% of the values. So what do we need to do with that? What action do we need to take? Either we consider that this is an error, in which case it has to be fixed. We cannot leave that in our data sets. Or we need to explain that. So the data set would become more interpretable by humans and machines. Now, how do we explain? How do we classify as error or legitimate values? We use AI. If we consider that this is a legitimate value, but it needs an explanation, the objective is to add an explanation validated by a human in the database. So here we just tried using ChatGPT to asking, okay, well, what happened to the world to have this land increase in 1992? And ChatGPT gives us a very good answer. He says that's absolutely not physically possible. So you have to look at the metadata in the WDI or FAO database. Unfortunately, the metadata doesn't tell you what happened. So that's something we want to fix by augmenting the data using AI. There are other situations. This is population growth in Kuwait. We see that something happened in 91. We know that, that in that year, Kuwait was invaded. They had a military invasion, which justified that some population left the country. But this is the kind of information that would deserve to be indicated in the database, because then the large language models and human will be able to really understand what happened to the data. No, we cannot expect all users to know exactly what happened. So the objective for us is to have, this is a chart taken from our website. The objective would be to have possibility for users just to press a button and have explanations for every value that has been detected as an anomaly. And all that has to be, of course, machine readable and accessible to the AI systems. Now we have to be careful. Here I just took run this anomaly detector on a data set from OECD. And it found an anomaly in the female labor force of Italy in 1993. But I also tried to trick the system, asking, I'm going to ask LLM to explain 2 things. Why did it go down that much in 1993? And why did it go down, although it went up, in 1986? So that's something that Christian mentioned yesterday. If you put the wrong prompt, LLM will be very nice and still give you an answer. So basically, what we get is that LLM gives us an explanation blaming KOSTAT for a change of methodology for both things. It explains why a value went down so much for the year when it went up. So we have to be very, very careful in the way we use AI for that. So large language models are a very, very useful tool for classifying and explaining anomalies, but everything has to be validated by subject matter experts. Now, what about metadata quality? Again, when you're using LLM will not interact with your data first. They will interact with your metadata first. So we want to be sure that the metadata is of high quality. For us, this means compliance with metadata standard, but that's not enough. You know, the metadata standard will tell you that you need to have an indicator name and a definition, for example, and limitation and methodology. But it's not a guarantee that the definition or the name of the indicator would be really optimal for AI and discoverability. So we have started writing a set of criteria of what makes a good indicator name, what makes a good definition, what makes a good description of limitations, of relevance of the indicator. So for a series of key metadata elements, we have defined some criteria, and we are now converting that into an AI agent-based system where different agents will look at these different criteria and give us a report on the quality of the content of the metadata. And we found that quite useful. For example, we found that sometimes the name of the indicator and its definition have very low cosine similarity, which means that there's something wrong either in the definition or in the indicator name or both. So AI is actually very good at detecting these kind of things. I'm going to stop there because I only have 4 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivier. So quickly turning to our next speaker, so I'd like to introduce Osama Rahman, who's the director of the Data Science Laboratory at the UK. I don't think Osama needs an introduction, but it's always worth listening to what he has to say. So he's going to talk about implementing AI solutions in statistical production. So, Osama?
Thank you. Okay. How do I? Yes. Oh, that's... Okay, fine. So you've heard lots of very clever people today talking about lots of very important things. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm essentially going to talk about organizational evolution that allows an NSO, well, a specific NSO, to start making slow but increasing use of Gen AI. And it kind of links back to what Jean-Marc has said about moving stuff into production. And it's going to link forward a bit to what some of the stuff Trygve is going to talk about we have a rapidly changing tech landscape and we need to adapt to that. Okay, so you can kind of deploy AI across many aspects of the GSBPM. And our initial corporate response to the emergence of Gen AI was to set up a Gen AI pilot. We made a range of tools from OpenAI available through a corporate account to about 50 people across the ONS from about a dozen teams. We'd already started playing, but this was the first sort of corporate response. And the aim was to uncover the uses of the technology and identify some Pathfinder projects. And this pilot was delivered in collaboration with the security team, and we tried to, we worked with lots of teams to find use cases, and eventually we found a pretty simple but straightforward use case that we thought we could work on. And our parliamentary colleagues, what they have to do is they have to basically look at how the Office for National Statistics is referred to in parliamentary debates. We pay £12,000 a year to some company to give a curated set of references, quality poor, and the team had to do a lot of manual additional work. So we developed a pipeline that brings in all text from debates, and it filters references, and it produces a curated email summary for colleagues, and you can kind of see an example there. And it's a small project, low resource, not fundamental to what we do, so we're not going to mess up any statistics. It costs 10p a day to run versus £12,000 a year. it was more accurate, and so that was all good, get these benefits. But the main benefit was that we could put a Gen AI app into actual, albeit non-statistical and hence lower risk use case, increasing understanding of what Gen AI can do, and to start building some corporate confidence. Okay, but the challenges we found around implementation are were less about the technology and much more about business processes and finding a way to bring the right combination of people together at the right scale to empower them to unblock organizational issues and support new ways of working. And GSBPM, wonderful, but oh my God, has it created silos in the ONS and other places? And I've had John Pullinger and Gary Dunnett apologizing to me about the silos that GSBPM have created. And we've I think a lot of NSOs have learned how to do change at one scale, big, multi-year transformation projects. And I think a lot of NSOs are change and transformation congested, booked up for years ahead with these big transformation programs they have to do. And this leaves a lot of missed opportunities to innovate between silos and as technology advances. So, and the other thing is, data quality, as you've heard, is the issue. And everyone wants to play with the models, right? Everyone wants to do the model work because that's exciting. And apart from Olivier, no one wants to do the data work, right? And so we have a problem there as well. So what did we do? We set up the AI Leadership Board, as we called it. And this was outside our existing structures, and it brings together a cross-functional group that could coordinate and solve organizational problems and provide wraparound support to AI projects. So this gives everyone sight on what people are working on, so we can join up teams better across the ONS, which is a surprisingly difficult thing to do. And we could also filter out what problems are best to be solved with general use tools, such as enterprise tools like Copilot or GitHub Copilot, whatever. And then other stuff where in-house development makes more sense. So for example, like in many other NS places, code assistance tools are being pretty widely used, right? So that we leave to the digital innovation team. But then other things like the text classification tool that I'm about to mention briefly, that we decided is best solved with in-house software developed by data scientists in the ONS. So we also found that in terms of structures, another structural change is that you have to bring together teams of people that are ring-fenced that cover 3 key specialisms. And I think some of these specialisms are in short supply in NSOs. So one of them is cloud engineering. We need cloud engineers. That's becoming increasingly important. We need people who do the front-end development, so to build the tools that our employees can use reliably. And we need the data scientists as well. So these are you need to start creating ring-fenced teams to work on specific projects that allows this digital transformation effort to take place. So after setting up these sorts of ring-fenced teams and finding out some projects that could be used, we actually found our first project, which has actually gone into production in terms of production for statistical production. And we're not the only NSO that's working on this problem. So what we've developed is Classify. So Classify is a tool that can easily take any set of free text and then do a call against register, and then can set it against a bunch of ONS classifications. And it goes back to what Prem has said earlier, that LLMs are good for language, right? Lots of text, figure out what industrial code or what occupational code. And this has been really positive because we've demonstrated it could both save time and improve the quality of output. So we had a 47% reduction in time to code a survey return. We've also demonstrated it's more accurate than an existing tool that coders were using. And we are currently rolling this out across a range of our statistical production pipelines. Now, underpinning all this is the concept of moving much more towards reusable AI, well, not just necessarily AI, reusable microservices. And it's kind of, for all our developments that we're working on, it's the same general idea to build flexible, modern, secure, production-ready microservices. And the microservice performs a specific, well-defined function, and then you can combine microservices to provide more complex services. Right, and so at the core of this microservice is security, that you have the best practices in terms of authentication, encryption, etc. Efficiency, it needs to save users time and effort. Quality, it needs to produce accurate, trustworthy results. And sustainability, that it has to be designed so it's easy to maintain, adapt, deploy, upgrade, or replace to meet future needs. And I don't know, unfortunately, if some of you have been following the news, but our former national statistician was in front of Parliament yesterday and was talking about some of the issues we have in code that's 40 years old with all sorts of problems in it. And actually, this is all large, big code, and actually moving to sort of a system of microservices, modularization, containerization is going to be increasingly important for NSOs. So our principles very much are around end-to-end reproducible analytical pipelines. And I'm going to talk about this maybe a bit more in the panel session later on. My key takeaway is that NSOs need, in terms of how they operate, need to become much, much more like app development firms than they currently are. So I will stop there, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Osama. That leaves a tantalizing question for the afternoon. I'm dying to hear more about this proposition. In the meantime, I would like to introduce Mr. Young-Min Kim, who's the Deputy Director of Statistics Korea. And Young-Min will be talking about the importance of quality discussions through AI-based statistical classification automation systems. So, Mr. Kim, over to you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Kim Jung-min, and I am working on the research on AI methodologies from Statistics Korea and Statistics Methodologies Division. And it's an honor and pleasure to have this opportunity to present. So the topic today is the quality of AI. So it is quite important to define from which perspective or direction we should see the concept of quality when we review the application of AI for NSOs. So I would like to introduce some of the challenges that need to be addressed in the future. And securing reliability is a very important factor in the production of statistics. And this is especially true for national statistics, as they are used as a fundamental basis for formulating national policies. And in that regard, the production process of national statistics in Korea applies a strict quality assurance system based on the following criteria. But the issue is AI. AI is a field of study and a technology that has a closer relationship with statistics, but strictly speaking, it cannot be regarded as statistics itself. Therefore, if you want to apply in the field AI in the field of national statistics, a separate discussion on quality that takes AI's use into account will be necessary. So the first is AI for quality, and the second is quality for AI. First, AI for quality. Let me explain what it means. It can be seen as the perspective of using AI technologies to improve the quality of national statistics. For example, please look at this illustration on the bottom. Well, applying AI technologies to data processing procedures that were previously carried out manually by surveyors can be now seen as a representative case of enhancing the quality of statistical processing. In addition, the use of AI helps to partially resolve the issue of inconsistent data processing that arises from differences in the experience and know-how of individual surveyors' capabilities. So in this regard, I will briefly introduce a practical example of AI utilization in Statistics Korea. And this example is a survey form designed to identify the industrial activities of individual businesses. As shown in the red box, the responding company is asked to describe its industrial activity by stating with what resources, through which processes, and what products or services it produces and provides. And after receiving the responses, a statistical surveyor must determine which industrial classification code that response corresponds to and then enter the code. And this process is called statistical classification or coding. And Korea's standard industrial classification system consists of 5 hierarchical levels, and among them, the most detailed industrial classification is the 5th tier, comprises a total of 1,205 classification codes. And it means that the example can be interpreted as a task where the surveyor must determine and enter the code that matches the response out of the 1,205 available codes. And this kind of task is highly labor-intensive and requires a long time to complete. For instance, in the case of population housing census in 2015, although 2 rule-based systems were in place to support automatic coding, surveyors still had to manually process more than 1 million coding tasks. So, to establish a more effective solution, Statistics Korea launched the development of an AI system in 2022 that predicts the appropriate classification code based on the textual information provided in survey forms. And this approach makes use of past statistical classification records as training data and answer data, and it is aligned with research cases that have long been discussed in the international community. And of course, we understand that AI systems are not perfect, and in particular, there are certain coding cases where AI cannot provide a clear answer. And in such cases, we collect them separately and have surveyors perform manual coding and then use the results to retain the AI model and train them. So in other words, the longer AI is applied in practice, the more its weaknesses are corrected and coordinated, leading to improvements in the overall quality of coding. And as shown in this case, AI can be utilized to enhance the efficiency of statistical production and to further advance the quality of statistics. And the next is the quality for AI. Well, actually, this means the visualization and the content of AI. Well, there are 2 that I would like to highlight. First, AI, when considered to be part of statistical production, it should need a separate policy or strategy to manage the statistical classification. It should review and validate the confidentiality and also trustworthiness. And also, coding classification is evaluated to see the properness of it. But it is possible because theoretically it has been already validated. But when it comes to the methodologies related to AI, there's no valid validation systems, and that is why that exposes us to the risks of AI application. The uncertainty of AI should be able to interpret it quantitatively like the conventional statistical system. Sorry, I forgot to skip a page. Well, on your right side, this shows the management of AI solution or AI system. When we have a government system based on AI, there should be a system manager or software engineering systems within the organization. That is a common judgment or common claims. However, the role of software engineer should be limited to the stability of the operation. That is a conventional approach. But when it comes to AI's model quality that is embedded into the system, is not the priority for those system engineers, or they may lack the expertise to do so. So the quality management of AI should be carried out by an AI expert. However, sometimes the difference or the gap between these 2 expert areas are not as significantly considered. So we need to work on this. And this slide is about the uncertainty, the quantification of the uncertainty of AI application. And there are several recommendations I would like to make for each government or NSOs. Well, the explainability by AI. AI is quite good at reasoning. However, the justification or the ground for that reasoning is not well clearly defined or suggested. And that is why in statistical area, we should clarify this uncertainty. And secondly, bias controlled by AI. Well, when we try to apply AI, minimizing bias is one of the priorities. And the third recommendation is to have a concerted standard or the definition by international community to assure the quality of AI. This is quality. No, that's not enough. How much percentage of quality that is defined by international community is abided by? And that is the question that we have to have. Because if a statistical result falls into a certain range of error, then we could accept the result by AI as it is. So we need this kind of consensus. And the fourth is the evaluation criteria of the AI reasoning. And this is where lots of researches are being carried out by lots of private sectors. So we also need to work with them. So in the sense that AI represents lots of complexities, but if it could part of them, then AI application will be a lot more efficient in enhancing the quality of the data. And lastly, the maintenance of AI model. First, I would like to have more discussions on the policies of AI and policy limitations. Well, the previous AI models based on reasoning, with time passing by, they show model drift phenomena, which means that the more time passes, the lesser the performance of the model gets. So to ensure the sustainability, we need periodical retraining of the AI model. And secondly, in terms of AI management, we need to establish governance model. Well, we need to clarify the R&R of each entity or expert. And the third is about generative AI. When you try to apply Gen AI, there are commercial AI models that you use and also the open source AI models. However, in many aspects, considering the characteristics of NSOs, open source AI should be expanded in terms of use and application. This is my thought. And out of that, the AI environment should be, I guess, defined as an open source network where confidential and sensitive information are possessed by any institutions or governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, it's my great pleasure now to introduce Mr. Setia Pramana, who's the Vice Director of BPS Statistics in Indonesia. And Setia will be talking about harnessing AI to elevate the quality of official statistics within the GPSM silo framework.
Very good morning, everyone, all distinguished colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's a great honor for me to be here. Thank you very much for the organizer to invite BPS Statistics Indonesia to this event, to the global conference where all of us discussing how artificial intelligence can transform official statistics. Today, I will share Indonesia journey, particularly how BPS Statistics Indonesia in harnessing AI to elevate the quality of official statistics within USBPM framework with a focus of upcoming economic census. We will have economic census next year. Okay, good. So BPS now is undergoing historic transformations by regulations of President Regulations number 1 in 2020-25. BPS role now has been elevated as the same level of ministries and giving us stronger authority to lead provision into accurate and also integrated national statistics. This transformation means that we can no longer rely on conventional practices, but also we must adapt with big data, artificial intelligence, administrative data integration, and also other data sources to strengthen our national statistics. And one milestone that actually established this year is the establishment of National Single Data Socioeconomic Condition, also called DT-SEN. This DT-SEN is based on Presidential Instructions number 4, 2025. For the first time in Indonesia, BPS integrated by name, by address, and also all information about household from ministries, also other government agencies in Indonesia to produce one data set used for government targeting. Okay. I think we have talked a lot about modernization for official statistics this year, today, also yesterday, also the previous speakers. But I think already pointed out by all the speakers that modernization must not come at the cost of quality. So in the way of producing meaningful and also impactful statistics, we must remember that quality is not something added in the end of the process, but actually it's embedded in every phase of GSBPM. The GSBPM covers the full life cycle of official statistics. At its phase, the quality assurance framework acts as safeguard to ensure that the statistics we produce are relevant, accurate, timely, coherent, accessible, and also interpretable. By applying the quality assurance framework across GSBPM phases, we hopefully can develop AI-driven tools. I will present about detail about FASI. You see that FASI, some of our tools, IPAS, and also chatbots. I think that's actually, I get the really good feedback from Oliver this morning that have to make sure that the chatbot is good, otherwise don't use the chatbot. To ensure that while we take advantage of speed and efficiency, we can also maintain trust, credibility, integrity for official statistics. I think this quality have been pointed out by all the speakers, not only for today, but also in other workshops related to conference related to the quality of official statistics in the era of AI. So let me just introduce one of our platform right now, so-called FASI. FASI is Flexible Authentically Survey in Harmony. So it is an integrated platform, modernized data collection, which its core component include FASI questionnaire design, FASI QD, FASI SM, so that's FASI dynamic form generations, FASI survey management, FASI form, right? Also, and multimode data collections, including data collection from KP, PAPI, and also KW. This FASI comes with a dashboard and also data explorations. We hope that this FASI can transform our operation in BPS Statistics Indonesia. So FASI questionnaire design is one of the feature in FASI. Now BPS now currently developing AI. So this all under development, especially for next year census. So BPS is currently developing AI to enable users to easily create smart questionnaire through prompt. So each questionnaire is embedded with respondent characteristic, validation rules, and also ensuring reliable and also high quality data. This is expected to reduce effort, improve clarity, and also increase data quality. Of course, already pointed out by also previous speakers that AI, you cannot just directly trust AI. There are some also limitation of AI. So AI cannot capture all cultural nuances, especially in Indonesia, where you have more than like 500 languages, and also tribes, and also races in Indonesia. But of course, with AI, hopefully we can significantly accelerate the instrument design. So these are some quality dimension, the build, and also accessibility. We also check whether we have a risk on our development, also what will be the effect of this risk, and then we try to accommodate these risks also in the development. So the second features that we are currently developing is the ISIC classifier. I think it's already also with our colleague from Korea also have some coding of AI using coding is more or less similar what we have done. This is, we hope that by using AI, we can match business description to ISIC code with higher precisions and reducing human errors and saving time for census and survey. And challenge, of course, it lies in vague description, but overall classification is faster and more reliable. I think it's already pointed out also by our colleague from KOSTAT, previous presenter, that these also some of limitations. For the information, some of our, for example, this ISIC classifier is previously developed by our student in campus. You know, BPS Statistics Indonesia have a like internal campus to graduate researchers and also staff for BPS, and then all the classification actually developed internally by our teams. And the third one is integrated processing and analyzing system called IPAS. IPAS actually not only for data collection, but also this is to integrate data processing and also analysis. These IPAS have several modules like data processing, pre-processing, project management, content management, and also AI knowledge system. This means that we hope that the data can be accessed more easily, processed more efficiently, and also explored even though they are coming from different database. We can put that in one single IPAS system. And hopefully this processing can be used even through natural language queries, which actually bring complex statistics into user-friendly access. As I mentioned, all the project here actually defined, developed internally by BPS and also from academia, from STIS. So, okay, the chatbot of AI, I think that's something that I think already pointed out in the first session that for the economic census, we are also developing AI chatbots. So hopefully this chatbot can provide 24 hours, 7 days support to clarifying questions and also assisting respondents. And this reduce hopefully waiting times, improve accessibility, and also to ensure high response quality. And we hope that we can develop very good chatbot, Oliver, as you pointed out, that so we can use this AI chatbot to help us to make a successful census next year. Okay, so to summarize, I think we have 45 seconds here. AI implementation need, of course, quality assurance, and especially software quality assurance, artificial intelligence quality assurance for quality governance. And the future of official statistics lies in augmenting human expertise, and also AI have to meet rising data demands and also complexity. International framework must evolve to cover transparency, validation, and also traceability of AI models. And we hopefully that we have international collaboration between NSO, which is essential for us to build trust and social standards. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for economic census next year, that hopefully we hope AI can help us not only to collect data efficiently, but also deliver insight that matters for policymakers and also society at large. And looking forward for any feedback from all of you, and also for any discussion for development of our census economic next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Setya. Now, last but not least, it's my great privilege to introduce Trive Falk, who's the head of division and chief architect at Statistics Norway. And Trive will be talking about laying the groundwork for agentic AI and metadata as infrastructure for quality. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So the first thing is, I actually slightly changed the title of my presentation since it's more accurate. And thank you so much for your patience. I'm the only one standing between you and lunch, I feel. We have questions, that's true. And also, since I work in IT and my background is an IT architect, a bit about IT architecture. And it's very interesting that there have been a lot of very good points throughout the sessions, both today and yesterday, and a lot of people are talking about the same issues, which is very nice. So, I want to focus on 3 key messages. The first is architecture. Quality cannot be retrofitted. It has to be built into the platform from the very beginning. The second is metadata. It is no longer just documentation, and metadata must become the working interface between humans, systems, and AI agents. The layer that makes automation traceable, auditable, and reproducible. And many have said this already. And the third is the quality frameworks. The Code of Practice, the ESS Quality Assurance Framework, and the UN's NQAF are strong foundations, but they were designed for deterministic human-led processes, and in an AI era, we need to extend them so they remain effective in hybrid evolving workflows. So these are the 3 messages that I want to talk about today. So the Roman architect Vitruvius reminded us that lasting architecture starts with stability, firmitas. Alongside usefulness and beauty, the principle still applies. If the foundation is wrong, the whole structure fails. At Statistics Norway, we are rebuilding our statistical production system based on a cloud-native platform. IT no longer delivers just siloed solutions to the statisticians, but shared infrastructure. A uniform storage, APIs, metadata, and a framework of governance around how statisticians should produce their statistics. And the statisticians, they are the ones creating the statistical production workflows, and they are the ones owning them. And they do that using Python and R. And just like Osama mentioned, this is our way of developing this idea of an IT-driven statistical production. And this is what we mean by quality in the context of architecture. With uniform storage formats like Parquet, with open source components, and with modernization, IT is no longer a bottleneck. Statisticians can innovate independently because the platforms gives them a rich foundation to build on. And one key part of this is loose coupling. By designing our system so components are independent and connected only through clear interfaces, we can plug in new technologies, including AI, wherever it makes sense. That means we're not locked in, and we're future-proof, ready to adopt AI gradually in ways that remain auditable, transparent, and safe. This gives us the opportunity to introduce and experiment with emerging technologies like MCP, agent-to-agent protocols, and croissants, which was mentioned earlier today. Metadata used to be like this, kind of. People at switchboards manually connecting one system and one data set to another. And every connection had to be explicit, otherwise nobody got to talk to anybody. Today, metadata can play that role digitally, not just as documentation, but as the working interface between humans, systems, and AI agents. This is also where quality comes in. The metadata is machine-readable, versioned, and governed. It enables systems to coordinate processes, check consistency, and make automation traceable and auditable. That's what we mean by metadata as an interface. It's not a passive registry, but an active layer of infrastructure. The foundation for quality in an automated environment. Without it, AI risks becoming a black box. With it, automation can remain transparent and trusted. And by aligning with international standards in the European statistical system, we ensure that metadata is not just useful internally, but also supports comparability and quality across countries. Our quality frameworks are like this building behind me, the Louvre. Strong, established, and timeless. In Europe, we have the Code of Practice and the ESS Quality Assurance Framework. Globally, we have the UN's National Quality Assurance Framework. They give us shared principles of trust and transparency and accountability. But just as the Louvre was extended with a glass pyramid, we now need to extend these frameworks to deal with AI and new data sources. They were built in an era of deterministic human-led processes. AI brings something new, processes that can evolve over time and decision-making that can be shared between humans and machines. The challenge is not to replace or discard what exists, but to carefully build on it. Architecture, the way we design our systems, can help bridge the gap. Techniques like retrieval-augmented generation, structured prompting, and control agents are ways to preserve auditability and oversight, even in adaptive systems. So I want to just finish up with this slide here. Without strong foundations, AI will weaken trust. That is the risk if we try to retrofit quality later. But with strong foundations built into our architecture, with metadata as the interface and frameworks extended for the AI era, AI can make official statistics stronger than ever. We live in a time of rapid change. The only way to keep pace is to prepare now by building a platform that can adapt, evolve, and safeguard quality as new technologies emerge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taig. I think the quote of the day is, IT is no longer a bottleneck. How many times have I heard something like that? It would be lovely if it was true for once. IT people are Okay, so we're back on schedule, so let me open the floor for some questions. I have many, but let's see a gentleman at the back here.
Thank you. My name is Dayan. I'm from the United Nations ESCAP. I would like to ask the panelists, by the way, very interesting and insightful presentations. We heard yesterday and today that many statistical offices are investing on classifying algorithms using AI to speed up the coding of survey responses. And I wanted to ask, since we also hear from outside this room other NSOs that are also experimenting with that, whether there is something there that could be made more generic, that more NSOs could adopt a kind of an open source type of solution. You see that as a possibility, and what could be the risks of doing that, or the barriers, perhaps a language or other things? Based on your experience, I would like to know. And I have a second question, if I may. We hear a lot of these experiments with AI in the statistical production, and we normally hear the ones that are successful and that we're happy and proud to showcase. But I'd like to hear from you whether there's anything that you have tried and it didn't work, and some lessons that you have learned from those. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Christian.
I would like to ask a blunt, maybe a little bit provocative question, which is, as we are kind of focusing a lot on metadata and the importance of it, isn't it this a little bit of the old school way of thinking. And we talked about before about the importance of the MCPs as a kind of a way to interact with the AI. So my question is, shouldn't we, instead of talking about metadata and how important it is, shouldn't we focus on improving and standardizing the way the MCPs are developed and put our energies there, because that's at the end the interface between the AI and the data?
Anyone else? There's a lady back here.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국조세재정입니다.
I am from Tax Research Institute of Korea. Thank you for your interesting presentations. I was not here yesterday, but I'm wondering, in using AI, there are big data systems for data integration. But here we have a problem with personal data identification. But seems like concerns over privacy are not really present. So what do you think about that? And for big tech companies, they have a lot of personal data. And then in considering big data, so what is the future of survey results then? Because already we have a vast array of accumulated data. Through survey, we can also produce data and statistics. So we have private sector and public sector, and when their data are combined, and then we do have an explosion of data. And then, should we focus more on survey data? Because that would rather narrow down the scope available. We have political orientation data or very sensitive data. Maybe survey would be more focused on such sensitive data. Is that right? Thank you.
Francois?
Yes, thank you all for excellent presentations. My question is simple. A lot of NSOs are rather risk adverse, and do you see this as a blessing or a curse on this quality discussion and maybe user satisfaction perspective? Thank you.
Okay, and let me add one question, and then what I'll do is I'll come down the panel and you can pick which of those questions you want to answer. My question is kind of in contrast to Christian's, which is, we've heard a lot about metadata. In all of the existing quality assurance frameworks, we don't actually address the issue of metadata. We talk about the quality of the data. In the updates of quality assurance frameworks that many of you mentioned, do we need to address quality standards for metadata in those quality assurance frameworks? So let me start with Tarek, and then I'll move towards us.
Hello? Oh, it works. No on button on this. So thank you. So I'm not going to answer all the questions that we got, but I would like to address the one question related to failed AI projects. And I'm not going to say that we actually failed as much as time was moving faster than we were able to actually do the stuff that we wanted to do. So we tried to implement a chatbot for our statistical developers, which is what we call statisticians that actually creates statistical production lines. And we managed to train a chatbot for that, but we never actually managed to put it in production because we didn't have the resources to do it. So this is also something that it's important to take into consideration if you are doing your own chatbots with your own models and your own training and everything, is that it requires a lot of time and effort and a lot of resources to do. So for us, the answer to that one was actually to just use Microsoft Copilot and just plug the data sources into that one, and we managed to finish creating a bot in a very short time. And also, I would like to just address another one, and that's the one related to MCP. I kind of agree. I know where you're coming from, and I kind of agree. But I think even though you are standardizing and using MCP, you kind of need high-quality metadata anyway. So I think focusing on the basic part, the building blocks for having a sustainable AI in your office is to focus on the basics. And then you can introduce AI over time. And I think it was Francois, was it the blessing and a curse? It's a curse.
Okay, well, there's a clear answer. Satya, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good questions. And there are some, maybe I will just point out some response. First of all, for the first one, for AI coding for classification by Diane from UNSCAP. Based on our experience, we cannot use the generic one because in some case that it depends on the language. Right, we have more than 300 languages across Indonesia, and then sometimes they just put their language, and also sometimes they also have like slang, or sometimes they put also kind of jobs that actually doesn't appear in other region as well. So it depends on the language and also the content. So even though now we are developing the AI for coding, we still need to check whether that's also correct or not, and then we try to find whether it can be used for the whole population or only in some region as well. So we try to make it. They are generic one, but we still have to develop in the more in regional level. And then case that doesn't work, right? So actually, a lot of case that doesn't work, that actually doesn't go to the up level, because for me, coming from the academia research, we do a lot of research to make sure that all the success, or like mostly can be successful, can be given to BPS, so they can produce. One of the something that actually try to related to the coding AI, actually we try to code commodities from different marketplace, right? And then we try to use one model for one marketplace, but then cannot be used for different marketplace because maybe it's structures, because maybe they have different type of explanations. But that's something that we are still working on, how to make a generic model that you can implement for all different marketplaces. And I will respond for the third one related to AI and big data and integration for privacy and etc. I think I will just maybe give our experience on using mobile positioning data, MPD. So it's already since 2016, Indonesia have used mobile positioning data for official statistics, for tourism statistics. This has a long journey for us to get the data from the mobile network operators. But then again, the challenges is not only accessing the data, just to make sure also the confidentiality, also other related issue of individuals. And then that about the privacy and etc. That actually this MPD now already reduced the survey. So previously we have a survey of people coming to Indonesia using using immigration data, and also in some regions that doesn't have any border, we can have data from MPD, right? So we now, BPS Statistics Indonesia use fully mobile positioning data to have like inbound and outbound, also domestic tourism across Indonesia using mobile phone data. But this MPD doesn't have any information rather than only the moving, right? So we need to know also how much they spend and what they are doing, etc. That's why we still use survey data to combine this mobile data, so we can have more detailed information about what they are doing, and also how much they spend for coming to Indonesia for the tourism purposes. I think that's showing that big data can be done. Also, of course, with the data governance, the challenge for us is to make sure that everything is actually can be trusted, and also securely, and also privacy can help to protect the privacy of the users. And also we need to combine with the survey data as well to get more information based on what we have done so far. I think that's all from me.
Great, thank you. Youngmin.
예, 저는 이제 첫 번째.
Well, I would like to address the first question and also make a simple comment on the second question. Well, I'm not sure if I have correctly understood the first question, the intention of the first question related to open source. Well, before, if you wanted to adopt a existing open source for the application of KOSTAT, it might be okay. However, the current open sources that are found in the market out there are not quite validated for the interoperability and fitting characteristics. So for NSOs to use existing open sources means that we need coordinated or corrected curation to be befitted for our own purposes. And that is why it could be considered as a similar question of AI uncertainty or AI complexity. And if you would like to adopt a Gen AI model, the critical concern is that the open source based Gen AI model, whether it could be capable enough to do the reasoning on the basis of befitted equipment or infrastructure. We use ChatGPT and Gemini on a cloud-based environment. It means that all the infrastructure and equipment are limitless because we pay fee for big tech players. But if you would like to use open source AI on your own, then we need to establish our own system, infrastructure, equipment, that will be quite burdensome in terms of financial budget. And also another question was, if I recall, the any failure cases, and I do not think that this is a failure experience. However, one of the tasks that I'm working on is a statistical narrative AI model. Well, to simply put, you use statistical data as a simple input for Gen AI model. And it is a simple question. It seems to be a simple question, but I trained my AI for like several hundred times. But even a high quality AI model showed maximum 12 errors per 100 trials in terms of statistical volume. So, to provide a statistical service with AI, then you should have the minimal or perfect, I would say, input. So I am now thinking of strategy to avert those issues and concerns. And I came with two probable answers. First, for computation, well, Python can be an answer so that I can allocate the responsibility or accountability to Python. And secondly, the previous existing rule-based system can also be infused or integrated, even though it is these days regarded as lesser important factor. However, if it could use the rule-based system combining with AI, and that might be helpful to enhance the error range. So yeah, I am trying to solve up those issues. And secondly, pertaining to MCP, I partially agree with that idea because the concept of MCP is to combine different agents, right? However, practically, when you develop LLM, you become to find that LLM language model and language like Python providing packages, those are the things that you use for the LLM development. And you discover that the current agent model is quite prosperous in terms of future prospects. However, when you are working on that as a working level expert, there are lots of back-end issues that hinder the operation of AI agents. AI agents do not work as a as we wish them to do so. So we need to alleviate the issues related to AI agents backend issues, and that's why we return to the quality of metadata. And I think in that sense, metadata quality comes first as a technician.
Okay, I'll start with risk aversion. Yes, and part of the problem is sequential permissions and control silos. So the junior cybersecurity person, his incentive is to say, no, you can't do that. So therefore, if something goes wrong, he's not the one in trouble. I think risk aversion comes through in other ways, right? So a lot of the methodological expertise we have in NSOs is around survey design. And if that's where your expertise is, that is where you're going to start. And I think, we're going to have to think much more about using, what Haishan Fu refers to as the data of life as our starting point. Because all information sets provide some sort of signal, and then move to surveys to fill in the gaps where you can't use other data, right? So we're using financial transactions data, right? And one of my colleagues tells me, you shouldn't. Why not? Well, I can't tell you anything about cash use. Yes, well, cash use is 2% of value of transactions in the UK. Fine, we can do a survey on that. So there's lots of sorts of risk aversion. Oh, no, you got your own mic.
I got mine. So very quickly, ESCAP question on having some generic classifier. At the World Bank, we're not producing any of this classifier model because we don't need that. But I remember that at the last UNEC model, a call was made for all European countries to put together a data set for training a COICOP classification model. So I think that there might be other initiatives like that. So it's not because you don't get an answer from this panel here that initiatives do not exist. I would, look also outside this room for that, because the idea is certainly very good. On concerns for privacy, it's true that we didn't hear so much about, the concern for data privacy here. At the World Bank, we are, of course, very concerned about that. We have a data privacy office. And actually, we've used AI to try to solve this problem. So AI is not just causing problems, it can also be a solution. We've invested some resource in using transformer models for creating synthetic data sets with actually, good success, even for relational data sets. So we're going to further do research on that because we see that as a interesting solution. On François and the blessing of the curse, at the bank, I think I belong to a unit that is mandated to innovate. So we are more risk takers than some other parts of the bank. But if we develop something, it will have to be deployed, by the IT department, so they have their own views. The legal department has some views. The external relationship have views. We have a risk office, and we have a data privacy office. So I sometimes curse my colleagues, but it's at the same time a blessing to have them because it keeps us online. And since we committed to do responsible implementation of AI, I think it's good to have some time, some people who play the role of being the non-risk takers. On the quality assurance framework, and the bank recently developed this policy on data quality, and we spent quite some time thinking of what it would take, and we did that just a bit more than a year ago. So AI was already there. We found all these frameworks, the UN, the European Code of Practice, and others, to be actually very, very relevant. The challenge is more in the implementation guidelines than in the core principles that we find still very relevant. And then last thing on success and failure, it's not a binary issue. I wouldn't say that we haven't failed in my team, but we didn't have a complete failure in any of the project that we started. What happened is that sometimes we start in one direction, it doesn't work well, we try something else, and we reach usually some degree of success. I think what we're probably not very good at is documenting the whole process and the dead ends that we may have taken. We like to document the process that led to some success. It might be useful to be a little bit more open and document also the wrong ways that we take.
Thank you. And Jean-Marc, the last word.
Thank you. I will have 3 contributions on that. The first one is indeed on classification. The easy one for me, because I need just to refer to a project which exists, led by Frankie, because there is a case in this AIML for official statistics in Europe where there is a work package where there is a cross-national development of classification system, and with open source by definition, by default, so the code will be there. And we have experience as well at Eurostat level, because we have that's the only system which works with AI, actually. It's a classification system for the job posting, online job advertisement. We do it in different language. And of course, the problem is not the problem. The issue is not the methodology. That's when I refer to some case where standardization is possible. Indeed, the metrics, they are quite well known and so on. But what costs a lot and what was the main investment with respect to this multilingual classification system for job posting is actually the data, the golden data, the training data. And there you have to involve, from all languages in Europe, you have to involve labor specialists, you have to define taxonomies, and in all languages. So that's the difficulty with machine learning. Actually, the next evolution with LLM, I think you can bridge different language much more easily, and this can be, or at least you can lighten this aspect. So there is prospect also, but the pain point is definitely this training data for classification. The methodology is quite, so they exist. Second contribution is on surveys. I'm a survey methodologist at the basis. And I think there is a future for survey, because when you look at big data source, it's not specific to AI. Actually, if you look at MNO data, you have interesting bias. And the survey are there to keep the gear right to the representation. And so the combining both aspects is, from a methodological point of view, is essential, and it will remain for quite a while. Of course, there is a hope that you decrease the part of the survey, the importance of the survey, but survey will be there also for more specific questions that we cannot get with an element. And my last, sorry, I'm stressed with the counter. My last was on Steve's remark, but it echoes what has been said. I had no impression that first metadata is a bit aside of the quality framework. I think there's a lineation, the clarity, communication aspect are very important, and they are ensuring in the quality assurance framework. Of course, when it comes to implementation, you have, at least in Europe, you have a close link with the SDMX and the XDMX reference implementation. But so it's part of it, and AI is opening probably, or the data ecosystem is opening new avenues to be interoperable, to share this metadata. But I think it's part of it, and I don't see it at the very top of the pyramid that I exposed, but indeed that's in scope, definitely, and it's not forgotten.
Okay, and with that, we need to close the session. We're a bit over time, so thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists. I'd like to thank you for your questions, and we break now for lunch.
Yes, we will. So we'll take a lunch break until, well, before closing, let's give them a big round of applause. So lunch break is until 2 p.m. and a lunch box of Korean food will be served at your seats. It would be helpful if you can clear out some space in front of you. And please note the lunch will last for about an hour so that the session 5 will begin promptly. Enjoy your lunch, and thank you. Distinguished participants, session 5 of the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference will begin in 5 minutes. We kindly ask the chair and speakers of session 5 to proceed inside and prepare for the session. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be available throughout the conference, and we ask participants to prepare their receivers in advance. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel. It can be accessed via the conference website at KOSTAT-OECD2025.com under the live stream link menu. Under this same page, you can also have the QR code that allows you to download presentation materials and also access the online survey from our website. Thank you for your cooperation. One more announcement about the downloading of program book. So the link for the program book is also appears on our website, and there's also the QR code that directs you to the link to the program book. We will now begin session 5, and this session, entitled Building NSO Capacity for AI, focuses on strengthening the foundational capacities of national statistical offices to integrate AI efficiently. This session will be chaired by Ms. Rachel Bevan, Director of the Statistics Division of UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific region, known as ESCAP. Ms. Bevan has over 30 years of experience in government statistics, working closely with national governments and multilateral agencies. Prior to joining ESCAP, Ms. Bevan led the Data for Development team at the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. She is one of the founders of the Inclusive Data Charter and established a data science hub with the ONS in the UK. With this introduction, let's welcome everyone for session 5.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. As you've just heard, I'm Rachel Bevan, and it's my pleasure to be chairing this 5th session and the one straight after lunch. So I'm going to do what I can to try and keep everyone engaged. But may I also thank KOSTAT and OECD for organizing this event. Not just because it's a really important topic, but also I think as we've been hearing, it's extremely timely as well. So thank you. So in the session now, we're going to be really exploring the role of NSOs and what NSOs can do to build capacity to harness the power of AI, but not just to harness it, but to harness it responsibly, effectively, and sustainably. And in this session, we're going to be focusing, hopefully, depending on what the speakers say, on 3 key dimensions of AI readiness. So we'll be looking at systems, institutions, and individuals, because we know that together those elements really form the foundation for innovation and also for long-term transformation. And in the panel, we'll be hearing from countries, but also regional and global institutions, and hearing about their different experiences. And in this session as well, we're going to be really focusing in on kind of more on the practical implementation and learning across countries. So I'm joined by 5 wonderful panelists. So let me start by giving very short introductions to them. You've got the full details in the program. So on my left, I've got Yin Suk Cha, and she's Director of Training Planning at KOSTAT, Statistical Human Resource Development Institute, where she leads many expert training programs. Then I've got many people on the panel I probably don't need to introduce, but we've got Francois Fontenot, who's still the same as he was this morning, but he works, as we know, for OECD and also for Paris 21, focusing on AI. And I've also got Vadeva Bakmunk, who again is still the same as he was yesterday, Chairman of the National Statistics Office of Mongolia, a role that he's held since 2021. And then we've got Inchong Choi, who's Head of Statistical Management and Modernization Unit at UNECE, so the European equivalent of my regional commission in Asia Pacific. And she's also Secretariat Lead for the high-level group on modernization of official statistics. And then we've got Graciela Marquez, who's President of National Institute of Statistics and Geography, INEGI, in Mexico, and that role she's held since 2022. So for this session, we've asked our speakers to give us presentations for 10 minutes or less on the topic of building National Statistical Office capacities for AI, and we've asked them to focus on one dimension. But as we hear from them about different aspects of capacity strengthening, we want to engage all of you in the audience as well. So I'm going to ask my colleagues and the team to show on the screen a Mentimeter. So we want to try and make sure that everybody gets a chance to contribute. So on the screen, you can see a QR code, which you can click, hopefully. And you can also use the link to go to menti.com and put in the code, which it gives you on the screen. And then if you go into the Mentimeter, we will have 3 questions. But if you do that linking, hopefully if you go in now, you should be able to get a link and follow it to the first question. So as we're hearing from the panelists, the first question I'd like all the audience to also answer is what we want you to do is to rank the 3 different aspects of capacity building from the most to the least important in your opinion. So I said that we were going to look at systems, kind of governance, legal frameworks, institutions, so infrastructure and investment, and then individuals, the kind of things around workforce and skills. So those 3 aspects, in your opinion, if you could just rank them from the most important to the least important. And then as we go through the speakers, we'll come back to that. So as I'm keeping you all busy, then I want to hear from you, first of all, Yoon-Suk Cha from KOSTAT. Can you share your presentation? Thank you so much.
안녕하세요. 통계청
Good afternoon. I am Yoon-Suk Cha. I'm from KOSTAT. Before I begin, for the smooth proceedings of interpretation, I'd like to explain first. So our organization name is rather long. It's SHI. Now let me begin. At KOSTAT, how do we promote AI capacity building? That's my topic today. This is my agenda. So first of all, at SHI, I'd like to explain a bit about our organization. So just briefly, it's our vision and goals. It's for your reference. And our organizational chart, we are a small organization, just 2 divisions, 8 teams. In training, planning, and execution, we have 32 public officials working. We have a small team, but we cover a variety of training targets. As you can see, of course, KOSTAT officials are covered, and we have a decentralized statistical system, which means we have even wider, increased number of people working at such institutions. We also provide training to teachers and students. You may wonder why. We are also open to the general public. Our training courses are open to almost everyone in Korea, so we cover the entire nation as our training target. To elaborate, for example, when we provide training to students and teachers, you would ask why. And we do this because we call this statistical, practical statistics, and we have a strong demand for this. That is why we provide an active training programs for students and teachers. In 1991, our institute was founded in that year, and this February, our name was changed to SHI. The biggest reason is related with artificial intelligence. I think we are a bit of behind in AI preparedness, especially in terms of training. So in the AI era, we need to be more agile. As the sole statistical training institution in Korea, we wanted to explore expanded and increased functionality. So we have changed our organizational name. Previously, I told you that we have a very comprehensive training programs. So in planning and operating these programs, we need to ensure efficiency and effectiveness. It means we need to be strategic in providing our training programs. So our strategy is anchored on 3 pillars. Let me elaborate on these one by one. The first pillar is differentiated AI data training linked to statistics. It's our strategy and goal as well. Among many training institutions, there are many institutions providing AI training. And most of them, as you know, and most of these institutions are focused on AI training. a bit distanced from statistics. So our aim is not to focus on general AI, but statistics-specific AI. That's our goal, developing AI-specific statistics training programs. So what does this mean? The basic concept of AI and the logic of AI should be accurately understood, and then making sure that that's applied to statistical analysis and production. And secondly, we cover a variety of training targets. It means the training needs are diverse as well. So the entire nation is basically within our coverage. So people demand that we expand our AI training. Teachers and students and those working in the area of practical statistics, they also have a strong demand. And also we need to pay attention to those left behind in statistical training. We shouldn't lose sight of them. So these are also included as well. And so work is underway to provide training even to these groups. Lastly, I think it's most important. So in addition to training for the entire nation, for the general public, it's important to nurture internal professionals. So for example, those people who actually apply AI to their statistical work. In cultivating these professionals, statistical professionals, then they would be equipped with AI application capabilities to produce high-quality statistics, and then accurately and promptly analyze such statistical data. So with these strategies and goals in mind, what we can pursue is we have numerous advantages. And on the back of these, we have developed our strategies and work is ongoing. And now let me explain what advantages we have. At SHI, we have extensive experience as a training provider. And this means we have expertise as a training institute. For this year alone, for group training, we provide 100 courses and with 130 additional courses. And secondly, if you look at our course rooms, they are equipped with state-of-the-art technologies and systems. And then geographical proximity. We are headquartered in Daejeon, and the city of Daejeon is at the center of our entire nation. And also our institute is located in downtown Daejeon, easily accessible by public transit. So geographically, we are highly accessible. It's another advantage that we have. And not just these advantages, in our headquarters in Daejeon, but also we have branches in Seoul and Jeju Island. And leveraging this network, we can cover virtually the entire nation. Now this shows our in-person training programs and e-learning courses. And here we have our headquarters in Daejeon, right at the center of our nation. In Seoul and Jeju is a famous tourist destination frequently visited by foreigners, and we have a branch and training center in Jeju. And we will be actively using these branches. So nationwide, we have a nationwide coverage in terms of statistical training. This year, for AI data training, we have prepared a lot, and a lot of initiatives are ongoing. But this year, we are in the preparation phase. So things will really kick off next year. For next year AI data training, I'd like to introduce our curricula, and also I'd like to talk about what we are currently doing in preparing for next year's efforts. First of all, In fact, we are not AI experts. We are experts in planning and executing training programs. We are not AI experts ourselves. So we need to find AI experts to seek advice from them. At universities and research institutes, we are in close collaboration with them to develop specialized AI expert courses. We have a draft version of these courses, and we will be piloting these courses next month. Secondly, this year, a dedicated AI training building was established this year. Last week, the completion ceremony was held just last week, so I'm very busy because of that. But we have physical building in place, and we have also budget secured. So next year, within that building, the necessary equipment would be moved into that building. As I told you, we have a small team of 32 people at our institute. And we are developing AI training courses and will be providing such courses. So we have such a steep rise in demand, and accommodating all such needs alone would be difficult. So internally, we are engaged in deep discussions. And of course, we need to have more people, but it's going to take time. So immediately, in the short term, before increasing our staffing, we need to make sure that our projects next year go on as planned, which means we need to further streamline our organizational operations in a more efficient manner. For instance, we are restructuring our training courses. How? For those less timely, for those with less demand, we are taking a bold action to consolidate these courses. And I told you we have 8 teams, and to efficiently operate these teams, we are currently coordinating work streams among these teams. And it's to make sure that we successfully meet the growing needs for AI training. Now, this year, in relation to AI, we have such courses under operation currently: general course and expert course. We planned these courses last year already, and these courses are in operation. We have special course and special event, and these are new, starting right from this year. And there are even more such courses and events. So this year, we are operating such a large number of courses because through pilot operations, we would like to identify vulnerabilities and make necessary improvements so that starting from next year, we can fully scale up our AI training courses. How about next year? What are we going to do next year? So there are several priorities, and there would be quantitative growth in AI training, but also we are pursuing qualitative growth of these courses as well. I think up to 5 or 7 AI expert courses will be provided. These are not general courses, but special courses. And for these special courses, there are still a lot of people and employees who are not familiar with AI, so we're going to have introductory and then advanced courses. Our second priority is our general public is highly interested in AI education as well. So we are planning AI literacy training, and we will be expanding this training for the general public. So practical statistics for teachers and students, that will be combined with AI as well. And that's part of our plan. And I think the most effective means of diffusing training courses is through e-learning. We have a strong need and demand and a lot of users for e-learning. And taking this into account, we would be developing a diverse range of e-learning courses. So I think I can spend even more hours in fully explaining our courses, and I'd like to answer your questions if you have any further later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing what you're doing, and it's great to see that you've got such a high-level vision to actually be a global leader in training on AI, particularly in terms of how it links to statistics. But it's also great to see your very open approach as well, and the fact that you're actually not just doing training for statisticians, but you're also looking at how you can train youth and teachers. So thank you for that, and we look forward to working with you. So now we're going to move to hearing from Francois, who's going to give us a global perspective on what they're doing. So over to you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm not actually exactly the same as yesterday. I'm speaking here on behalf of Paris 21. I'm a lucky one to have two jobs, one with the OECD, which I had yesterday, and today is my second job with Paris 21. Luckily, these two jobs are not too different, so I'm not totally schizophrenic. So I will share here a few things on what we are doing specifically on skills and capacity for AI with NSOs in Paris 21, and most importantly, the lessons which we've learned doing it. I have no slides, so please excuse me or thank me maybe for no slides. So my first point is who we are in Paris 21 and why AI is important to us. You might know or not know that Paris 21 stands for Partnership in Statistics for Development in the 21st Century. So it's a global partnership. The members are many of you here in the room. We have UNSCAP, we have Mongolia, we have the World Bank, we have Eurostat, Statistics Norway, UK FCDO, and the OECD, of course. So we are a global partnership, a bunch of donors, technical partners, NSOs, of course, from OECD countries and non-OECD countries, private sector and civil society. And we have a very small secretariat, about 20 people, in the OECD, hosted by the Statistics and Data Directorate. So we are not looking at AI only. We were actually created way before Gen AI came to light. Our focus is on non-OECD countries, on global south countries, so many of the NSOs which are not in the room today. And our mission is to strengthen national data systems, so to the point of Rachel, the systems and the institutions more than the actual data sets, I would say. And we've done a lot of work on strategies, how to develop the system, how to work on alignment of partners to national priorities and to align donors to support this. So we know little on AI. We know quite a lot on capacity skills and how to develop them. We came into AI because chief statisticians from Global South NSO countries were coming to us, and not only the secretariat, but the partners, to ask us how they should approach AI, in particular in strategic planning, and how to develop skills, where to start. I'm very happy that we have a lot of consensus here on the key messages. There seems to be an alignment, but 2 years ago there were many different voices, and in Paris 21 we also give space for donors who have their own views on what the priorities of national measurement systems should be. And those voices were at times a bit different. So from chief statisticians, they were seeing AI as something from the outside, like a wave coming to them, and to a very less extent as a tool for them to improve data production and efficiency of processes. So the key challenge and the key scoping for us was really on helping NSOs to make their data accessible so that others who can use AI will find them, and machines, AI included, could actually find the data. So that was really the scoping. That's not extremely different than the stories we heard from the OECD countries here. What is different from the Global South is possibly the existence of multiple legacy systems in terms of how data is curated, managed, disseminated. The fact that skills gaps are even more important, and financing constraints even worse. They are also at times operating with users who are less data literate, both in the population and in the government. So I would say the challenges which we are discussing here for OECD NSOs can be exacerbated in non-OECD countries. So what we are doing specifically is limited. We are a small team which has drawbacks, but also a lot of beauties. We are agile and we are very quick to move. So I'll mention two things. One is the AI task team, which we launched earlier in the year to share and learn, and I'll give you a few things of what we learned. And the second one is a very practical project which we have, which we call the AI Readiness Project, which comes hand in hand with the task team, where we do stuff. It's not just speaking and reports, it's also actual work on the ground. So I'll start by the task team and giving you a few elements on what we've learned. So the team is NSOs from the Global South again. We have about 30 NSOs and some of the key partners as observers, including the OECD and the World Bank. So that's the team. It's co-chaired with Ghana. And the task which we have for this year is to work on 3 different things. One is to put a catalog of use cases for Gen AI in NSOs. A lot of chief statisticians were saying, okay, that's fine, we speak a lot about what could be done and dreaming out loud at times. Tell us, and we want to see what is actually happening. And that was quite interesting. I'll have a few lessons. First one, this catalog of AI use case. Second one, we are putting together a position paper on defining what is AI readiness in the context of low and middle income countries, NSOs. And I'll give you a few elements again. And we are trying to advance on a risk register. We are struggling a bit, and we won't have it ready by the end of the year. So in terms of the catalog, it's quite interesting to see the limited number of use cases which we found for LLMs and Gen AI in NSOs. And that's not only looking at low middle-income countries NSO, but that's also looking at more advanced NSOs. And this was a learning for us. We were expecting to see a bit more, also not necessarily stuff in production, but stuff piloted and being tested. Most NSOs, I don't know if that goes to the risk aversion, but most NSOs use LLMs for text work, for automating the creation of reports, for data comms. They're not using it for core data work, and that may be to the point that LLMs are good for text and not yet so good for data. The catalog is still internal for the task team. We're building it. We'll make it open during our own fall meetings later in the year. So that's for the catalog. The position paper will be again made public. We had the members work on the 5 pillars of AI readiness, and I'll just very quickly mention them. One is state and ecosystem, and that's about connectivity, that's about reliable power, that's about cloud access, and all the stuff which NSO don't have much cloud on. It's a given for them. But yet, the NSOs want to have this as part of AI readiness. You have a second layer of policy governance, that the enabling laws, the clear mandate, the terms of use, the CC BY licenses, and so on, the ethics committee, and so on. Then you have a data and platform layer as well, which is a lot of what has been touched upon this morning. The importance of metadata, modern data pipelines, APIs, and so on. And then you have the people layer, skills, upskilled statisticians working with data engineers, data scientists, and that's very absent in many NSOs we work with. They told us also they wanted leadership skills for the top management of NSO, so they could speak to the national data agency, the private sector, which is not a trivial thing to do for a chief statistician. And then the last one, most interestingly, is value for money. This came very often in the definition of AI readiness. We discussed ROI, return on investment. Many chief statisticians were saying, look, if we need to be AI ready, there needs to be value for the data users, and innovations needs to be sustained. So we have done this work a bit to define AI readiness in the context of low and middle income countries. We have a maturity model as well, which I won't spend too much time on. So that's for the task team. This will be open again next year. We work with annual program of work, and this will be open for what we do will be again open for discussion in November. So the second thing is this practical project which we are doing, this AI readiness project, which is financed generously by the Google Foundation, and we are very grateful for the support. We're also very grateful for the OECD to have accepted this grant. To help us start some meaningful work. So we are doing very practical work with 5 countries. Mongolia is one of them. It happens that next week, together with the World Bank and Google, we will be starting the activities with the Mongolian NSO on practically metadata, standards and practice. So it has a number of priorities. One is data and platforms, and that's a lot about the data plumbing, the key fundamentals, how to make sure metadata is AI compliant, data quality is managed, so that eventually AI can make sense of the data which NSOs have. We have a layer on policies as well. We will give support to implement CC by 4 type of data sharing with NSOs, and a lot of skills training. I was very interested by the offer from the previous presenter, which was really impressive. So I'll stop here, and thanks for your attention. I think on AI readiness, AI is not defined. No one knows what AI will be in 6 months. So when I'm asked to give a definition on AI readiness, I struggle because I don't know what AI is or will be in the first place. So we have to keep in mind to remain a bit humble when we come with guidelines and conceptual frameworks on this. We believe in Paris 21 that no NSO should be left behind. AI is not the thing for the frontier NSO, it's the thing for everyone. And NSOs should be well positioned to explain how AI works for data and for information to create a bit of trust around numbers in societies. So thanks, and I welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Now, if we can quickly, if I can ask the team to show up on the board the Mentimeter just as we go on, and just to see where we are in terms of that. So we've heard about skills, we've heard about systems. If you can perhaps also, just before we go and hear from our next speaker, Badava Batmunk from Mongolia, perhaps just can you show on the screen briefly where we are? So in terms of, if we could show the results, okay. Systems Institute, okay, we've got almost equal split between all of them. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's interesting. And if you can just go to the next question. So what we also wanted to ask you about was about what do you think is the most important skill or capability that NSO staff should develop to work effectively with AI? So as we're listening to Mr. Batmunk, go ahead, and then perhaps you can be answering that question on the Mentimeter. But if I go over to you, Batdeva, it will be great to hear from you another country perspective. Thank you so much. Can I ask everyone as well to please keep to time, because otherwise we'll have no coffee break. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Rachel. So first of all, I would like to thank KOSTAT and OECD for organizing this very informative and timely conference. I think I've noted so many important things that we should be thinking about when we talk about AI back in the country, and then I think this is a really timely conference. So in my presentation, I wanted to touch upon basically two main areas. First is at the institutional level and intergovernmental level, what should we be focusing on? And secondly, based on our previous experience applying machine learning and AI tools in the statistical production systems, what we have learned and what could be the considerations that we be thinking about, especially if your organization or the NSO is like mid-size NSO from the middle-income country. So let's begin with the, at the institutional level or the governance level. Since last year, the government of Mongolia has been drafting a national AI and big data strategy. So basically, its strategy drafting is headed by our Ministry of Digital Development. It's now the draft is almost ready to be discussed at the Parliament. So if you look at the draft, it's really ambitious. So the main idea is to promote the use of public data and promote public and private partnership to increase the innovation and also to promote the growth in the digital sector and increase the adoption of the AI both at the public and private sector to increase the productivity. So basically, it touches upon so many items. But what's related with the NSO is that after rounds of discussions with the Ministry of Digital Development, we've agreed to let them focus also on the data side more clearly. So basically, since 2021, NSO has been implementing this data integration project. So under the project, we identified that it's really important for the country to look at the data development as a whole of the government approach. So we've developed and adopted integrated metadata platform, which was approved by the government of Mongolia. Now every government institution who holds the data must input the data, metadata into the system. And then our aim is that in the future, we will be using this integrated system to evaluate and also develop the interrelated metadata systems to ensure the interoperability and the standards in our data. And I guess that's also is linked to the project that we are implementing with the support from the Paris 21, World Bank, and also Google starting from next week. So basically, what we have been pushing is that in the strategy, there should be something about the metadata standard and also some data governance structures like data governance board to be established at the national level to promote the data standards and the exchange platforms. And now let me move on some of the use cases of the AI and machine learning tools in our NSO. So most of these are on a pilot basis. Most of these are based on the machine learning techniques. So back in 21, we did a pilot study on applying the satellite imagery to estimate the crop yield. So basically, we applied our statistical data at the record level. It's basically the admin data to train the data to estimate the crop at regional level, and overall accuracy was about 93%. But the problem that we are facing is that at the time when we were implementing this project, we cooperated with our meteorological agency, where the staff is more trained on the satellite imagery. And the problem, difficulty we are facing at the moment is to maintain the human resource capacity, and also to invest more into the obtaining satellite imagery, and then also the related infrastructure. So second project we did with the Paris 21 is on monitoring the livestock using the satellite imagery. So for some of you, it might be interesting, because Mongolia is relatively, land is relatively big with very sparse population. So about 300,000 people are engaged in the nomadic pastoralism. So by law, every year we have to visit each herding families, households, to do a census on the livestock. At the same time, we collect all the socioeconomic information. And it's really a costly effort exercise done by the NSO. And then we've been looking into different approaches to use the modern technology to make it more efficient and also less resource consuming. And then, of course, due to the resolution, the model accuracy was not enough to apply it into the production. But what we have learned is that we could use this method to on our housing census, because the model accuracy result shows very satisfactory for us. The next machine learning method we have applied is together with our IT Center for Taxation Office. We used a machine learning model to classify the products and services that was in our e-billing system. Basically, when the e-billing system was introduced back in 2014, there was no classification schemes were introduced. And for example, like previously, the one particular bread was classified differently at the different stores. So we introduced this classification language model to classify around 2.1 million products and services. And then now we are using it, and then we are continuously improving the model to make it more predictive in the future. The third case, using the large language model, which was locally developed using, with the partnership of one of the private sector in Mongolia, is the statistical chatbot. Like Oliver said in this morning, we faced two difficulties. First is, of course, it's the accuracy and the maintaining the quality of the large language model, because this language model is mostly based on the textual information, not the changing the structured data. So we are struggling with it, but we did introduce the pilot version in our statistical dissemination website. Our plan is to integrate this model with the ChatGPT in the coming months to improve the accuracy. The next project that we are implementing is that now I keep talking the livestock census, because the livestock census is the very big and costly exercise that's conducted in Mongolia, and it's done during the winter time when the weather is -20. So when our enumerators visit households, they have to stand outside about an hour to count the animals. So we tried to make their life easier by introducing the image recognition tool. So basically, last year we collected around 4,000 videos to train the data. now we are planning to field the app with this machine learning tool in this December for livestock census. So hopefully this will make the life of our administrators more easier and then maybe save some costs. So basically these are some pilot studies and some the research we've done related to the AI. And from that, I can bring up several takeaways or the considerations that we have to think in the future. First is, I think for AI or machine learning, I think in the future to increase the usage or development, it's really important for the country to focus on the data governance, at least at the government, whole of the government level. So that's what we are pushing. So we've been trying to establish the integrated metadata system and also the governance board, and also we've been evaluating the admin databases, doing some assessments on different organizations to improve the data quality. And secondly, like NSOs, mid-sized NSOs like us, we wouldn't have all the capabilities to work on the AI or machine learning techniques. So therefore, our strategy is to work more closely with the related agencies. For example, meteorological agency is has more capacity in the satellite imagery, and also maybe we are working on our digital ministry, etc., to fasten the development and create some synergy. And also many projects, at least in our case, some of the projects is not successful. So before investing into those projects, we will have to maybe think again to see whether if that project can be scalable or applied into a different statistical production, so that we can use the lessons we learned or experience we gained from that project to other statistical production. So I think that's also really important in the era of a very tight budget. And thirdly, I think at the institutional level, I don't think we will be able to have all the luxuries of having capacity at the human resource level. So therefore, I think the public-private partnership is really important. That's, I think, so those are the main takeaways that we have learned from our experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, if I can ask the team just to quickly show up on the screen the Mentimeter and where we were in terms of that next question that we had asked you all about the most important skill or capacity. Okay, statistics, data science, awareness, data literacy, good practices. If I can, I've got our next speaker up there, that's fantastic. In Kyung Choi is going to share, again, moving on from that country perspective, where we did hear some of those really kind of practical challenges about what's that actually mean to implement this at a country level. Now we're going to hear a bit more of a regional perspective. So if I go over to you, and if we can try and stick to time, thanks.
Yeah. Yes, so I think here everyone more or less agree that doing AI in NSO's National Statistics Office is not easy. So there are challenges that associate with AI, like technical complexities, infrastructure needs, and the black box nature, and so on. But these are compounded by NSOs being National Statistics Organization. So there are limitations associated with as a government agency. So there is a high stake for error, and then there's also like procurement limitation that I think everyone can feel. And then there is also challenges associated with the statistical agencies. So the usually standard for the quality is quite high. And there's already established the framework that you have to accommodate the new project into. And then there's also challenges associated with as an organization in general, like culture and the change management. So building organizational capability for AI is indeed a huge issue. So in the upcoming paper, Generative AI in Official Statistics, there is a dedicated chapter focusing on the 5 elements: data, infrastructure, governance, skills, and partnership. And actually, this paper will be released, I think, very soon. So stay tuned for that. So originally, I thought I will cover about these 5 elements. But after seeing the programs and the speaker, I thought these elements could be covered better by other more experienced and knowledgeable speakers. So I pivot and decided to focus on some remaining gaps and implementation challenges. And here is why. So we have so far 2 expert meetings on AI. One in 2023 focusing on machine learning, and this year focusing more on generative AI. And we always have this small group discussion, the social dinner, coffee break, and so on. Then you can get to hear something that people may not necessarily want to share on the podium during the presentation, like failures and then the stories about frustrations. And these are often a little bit more subtle and nuanced than the factors like legal frameworks, or whether you have a corporate cloud platform or open source policy. And it is more about how solution is scoped or having certain things ready at the right moment in the project cycle. And this is such a recurring issue that we have several works related to very aspects. Like in 2023, we had a paper on journey from experiment to production. And then in 2022, model monitoring and retraining. And then also most recently, the organizational aspect of implementing ML-based data editing, which is a very difficult use case in the statistical organization to use machine learning. And these papers are written in the context of machine learning, but I think many of them are still applicable for generative AI. And based on this, I want to talk about these 4 key elements, key lessons learned. So first is business problem identification and evaluation foundation, and the iterative development in expectation management, and then finally building effective relationship among different roles. So some of them are quite universal problem that is applicable for any innovation and emerging technology, but some are more pronounced for the AI. So first one is on the business problem identification. So many projects struggled and then they had failed because of this. And this is often like a danger of hyped technology. There is a great eagerness in just trying it. So I quite liked this New Zealand delegate at the AI session at the OECD CSSP meeting in June, that if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail that you want to bang, but not every problem should be solved by AI. So you might come up with a solution that for a problem that no one needs. And so I really could relate to this comment from a Statistics Korea colleague that, yeah, if rule-based system works, use it. So you don't have to use AI. And in the previously mentioned publication that is coming up now, we have quite a thick chapter on the risks and the risk management for generative AI for statistical organization. And the very first mitigation strategy is actually don't use it unless you really need it. Try to find a solution that is simpler if possible. So this is really related to how the solution should really targeted for business problem in the organization. So we should avoid jumping into AI projects without clear understanding of a business problem and the user needs. Although I have to add a caveat that people often say that, oh, yeah, users, they actually don't know what they want. So you really have to drag that out from the users. And since this is quite a big issue in practice, so we have some more description about this in the paper in the bottom of the slide. And another significant challenge is lack of evaluation foundation. I think we heard a lot about quality management in the morning session. And for some use cases, there exists a quite straightforward way to evaluate. Like a text classification, we see this is as a very prominent and effective use case of AI in the statistical organization. And for this kind of use case, we can come up with the gold standard evaluation set. So for example, based on the multiple experts doing the same coding for the same set. Now the issue here is that this process can be quite expensive. So maybe that's why it's called the gold standard, because it's very expensive. And then if the solution is in the production, then you also have to come up with some kind of procedure and workflow around this monitoring, so that it goes on continuously. And things get more complex with the use cases that are popular with the generative AI these days. For example, summarizing article or generating good images for social media. It's not clear how to evaluate this result. But this might be still okay, because usually for this type of use cases, there are staff like monitoring this directly, so communication experts behind, so that who can judge, okay, this is good enough or this is not, before it is released to the public. But it gets really tricky for use cases that public users directly interact, such as a chatbot. Like how much explanation about concept is good enough, or is giving answer faster better than giving a slightly more explained answer but longer latencies? So what are the key criteria that we should use to evaluate the AI-generated answers to questions asking about the official statistics? We have a good starting point as a statistical community, like we have a good quality framework, so we can draw something on the accuracy, reliability, and some of the things mentioned this morning was provenance and authenticities and so on. But I think this is a really open question still, and there are some ongoing discussion, and then for some examples and perspective from NSO, so you can also check these two examples from CBS and Statistics Netherlands and the French Statistics Office. And expectation management is something that also practitioners said is a very big challenge. And in combination with the lack of a clear evaluation, this can lead to a slow, drawn-out project, because people don't want to shut it because they already invested so much time and then the resources. And then there is expectation from senior managers and then also like users. So project can go much longer than needed. So the practitioners stress that starting with the low-hanging fruit, focusing on narrow and practical use cases, learn use cases from the example from the other organization who already tried, and then also don't start with the big project, chunk it into smaller problems and iterate. And probably most delicate part of challenges is around the relationship between the different parts of organizations, like dynamics around the different function in the organization. So AI and the data science is a relatively new area of work in the statistical organization. So the challenge has been that the dynamic between the subject matter experts, methodologies, and statisticians and IT were already established, and then this data science or AI expert group has to integrate themselves into these dynamics. So a shared understanding among different roles across the project cycle is very important. So users are not just a bystander who just passively receive the solution once it's done. And they have to be actively engaged in the problem identification, and they have to tell what is needed from their side, test the solution throughout the piloting, and also eventually involved in the managing the solution once it's deployed. Okay. So for more information, we have some publication released on the machine learning, LLM, and then generative AI. So yeah, do check. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you for showing those resources, and a huge thank you for actually all the work that you put into bringing that together, because it is a real help to everyone in this new area. There is one final question on Mentimeter, so please do carry on looking at that. What we wanted to hear from you was one word. What do NSOs need most to become AI ready? So if you want to do that, as we then go and hear from our last but definitely not least speaker, Graciela Marquez, who's going to share her perspective from what's going on in Mexico. Thank you.
No? Oh. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm still the same as yesterday. So, and I don't carry two hats. Okay, so let me share with you in the next few minutes how is that INEGI is building its AI capacity by creating the institutional mechanisms needed for a sustainable implementation. So we really want to look at the long-term needs. The focus is on the foundational structures that support innovation at INEGI. So the first thing is that we acknowledge that AI adoption is a game-changer opportunity. So we do really think it's important to pay attention at each level, not only at the managerial level, but also that everybody at INEGI should be aware of the importance of AI. When we examine our capacity dimensions for each endeavor, for the endeavor of AI adoption, we identify that the governance and legal framework, the first one, on the first box, is the strongest capacity, giving our technical and management autonomy. So within the Mexican government, we are an autonomous entity, a characteristic that enables us to conduct our activities based upon national and international standards, and that only, without any political interference or any other outside influence. Now, regarding the workforce skills, we have a strong and well-trained team in the IT areas and in the data science lab. However, we need to work on the reskilling most of our workforce, an ongoing process. And the third capacity dimension we examine is perhaps the most challenging, which is the infrastructure and investment dimensions. Scarce resources and multiple technological systems hinders a more swift transformation. So this is, I mean, that reflects the situation we're facing in our endeavor to adopt AI throughout our system. Now, to execute our modernization strategy, we have focused on developing data science as an institutional capability. This diagram represents not just the data science lab workflow, but the standardized process we are adopting across the institute. It is based on a demand-driven model, where the needs of production areas initiate the innovation cycle. This approach ensures that the development is replicable and scalable, two characteristics that we are aiming at. The centerpiece that enables this process is the data lakehouse, our solution for integrating data from diverse sources supported by on-premises high-performance computing capabilities. This unified platform is what facilitates the construction of robust training data sets and the developing of data sources, such as the inference models, which are then applied to tasks like automatic coding, cartographic updating, and synthetic data generation. Examples that will follow in a minute. So this is in general what we are aiming at. Of course, it's not completely, this framework is not completely developed, but we are trying to complete it or to build it as soon as possible. On coding, on data, on text coding, I would not spend a lot of time. We have been having examples throughout the day. The use of large language models opens new opportunities to efficiently process data collected through statistical operations. In particular, word embedding generated by these models make it possible to transform open-ended responses into representations that can then be automatically classified by neural networks, reducing coding time and costs. These automatic coding techniques will soon be applied in the intercensal survey. We are in the field work right now to process key variables such as occupation and employment. Nevertheless, and this is what I would like to stress here, nevertheless, human intervention will remain essential to ensure the quality, accuracy, and proper interpretation of statistical information. So we do believe that the combination of automation and human expertise, it's the path we would like to follow. Let me move to another example, and this is for geospatial analysis. We are leveraging deep learning with satellite imagery to enhance our land use and vegetation mapping. This AI-assisted approach produces topological consistent drafts, which significantly speeds up the expert refinement process. This initiative has already matured into a published experimental geospatial data product. Traditionally, this process used to require many hours of human experts for the interpretation and revision tasks. With the use of AI now, we are able to reduce the time-consuming tasks by producing drafts that are the input for the human expert work. And in the next slide, we'll see the example. On the left-hand side image is the draft produced by the networks model. Once produced this model, the experts refine the boundaries and even check some characteristics during the field work. And the final product is on the right-hand side of the slide. And the third and final example is the generation of synthetic data to protect confidentiality while allowing researchers and other users to work with valuable microdata. The data thus produced is helped in instances in which sensitive individual information requires the strongest confidentiality protection. Synthetic data also allowed development and algorithm testing and evaluation of methodologies, among other uses. So these are three examples by which we are trying to change the way we do things at INEGI, but not in a very swift fashion, but testing, as previously said, in a well-controlled projects. So what we have learned out of these examples. First, that the unified data architecture is a foundation for scalability. Second, that investing in our own infrastructure supports data sovereignty and sustainability. And finally, that international collaboration is a factor that accelerates the adoption of best practices. We're looking forward in expanding our capacities through workforce reskilling, as well as the generation of more experimental products. And finally, the core of AI adoption remains that, that confidentiality safeguards as the basis for our present and future work. Budgetary constraints also appear as the limitation that needs to be resolved for moving forward as we plan. And this is what we have been doing. I'm saving 1 minute, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And we say a huge thank you to all of the speakers. Can we just go to the final Mentimeter question, which we also had asked you about what was the one thing that NSOs need most to become AI ready? Can I also just go through quickly to the panelists, because I don't think we're going to have time for questions, but the good thing about this panel is they are all here in person, so you can ask them over coffee break. Can I ask each of the panelists, Yunsuk Cha, can I start with you? One word for what do you think the NSOs need most? Just if I can ask you to say one word, what do they need most? Just
Direction.
Okay.
Direction.
And then you, François, one word.
Leadership.
Leadership, excellent. Badova.
Partnership.
Inja.
Standards.
Standards. And Graciela?
I'll go with the international standards as well.
Standards. Excellent. And we can see up here many of those things are echoed as well. But I think what we can see really through this session is that kind of practical implementation of AI within SOs. And yes, we heard that it's hard and it's challenging, but I think what we also heard is that it is still possible and that we can learn a lot from what each other are doing. And I think that's as well where events like this are extremely useful. And also I think hopefully the role which us in terms of UN regional commissions can play as well in terms of sharing those lessons. In Asia and Pacific, we've recently set up a Data and Statistics Horizon, a DASH team on AI, and I know we've got some members of that in the room here today, but we're also looking for more members. So anybody who's working in this area in Asia and Pacific, please contact Diane, who's with me at the back of there he is, standing up. Please do join the group, because I think this is very much an emerging area, and it means that by working together, we really can collaborate, experiment, but also we can support one another as we try to make AI work for official statistics, but also for society. So let me join you in saying another huge thanks to all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you for session 5, panelists and the moderator. And with that, I'd like to invite everyone to around 15-minute break before moving on to section 6 at 3:30. Session 6 will begin at 3:30. Thank you. Distinguished participants, session 6 of the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference will begin in 5 minutes. We kindly ask the moderator and panelists of session 6 to proceed inside and prepare for the session. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. To ensure smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be available throughout the conference. We asked participants to prepare your receivers in advance. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the conference website at kostat-oecd2025.com under the live stream link menu. Presentation materials are available in the form of a program book that can be downloaded from the same live stream link page. Also, we would appreciate hearing your thoughts on the conference. Please take a moment to complete our online satisfaction survey available through the conference website. For on-site participants, the survey can also be accessed by scanning the QR code on your conference leaflet. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished participants, session 6 of the conference will begin shortly. We kindly ask the moderator and panelists of session 6 to proceed inside and prepare for the session. Participants joining us on site are also invited to proceed inside and take their seats. Thank you for your cooperation. We will now begin session 6. This high-level panel will explore the strategic direction and long-term transformation shaping the future of official statistics in the age of AI. This session will be moderated by Mr. Steve Mifili, Chief Statistician and Director of Statistics and Data Directorate of the OECD. With that, let's welcome our moderator and the panelists with a big round of applause.
So, good afternoon. We're at the final hurdle. So I hope you have more energy than I did. I had to sneak up and go for a little nap for a few minutes. So, session 6, the future of official statistics. I have to be honest, this is the session I've been looking forward to. So, up until now, we've been discussing all of the different components. Now we're going to try and bring it together and see what does all of this mean for us as a community. So what we're going to do is each panelist will have about 5 minutes to make a presentation, make a statement, whatever they want, and then we're going to hit them with some questions. So with that, I have a speech prepared, but I'm going to spare you, and we'll just get down to business. So I'm going to start with my colleague, Christian. Christian works in he's a senior information economist and policy analyst at the OECD, but more importantly, in the context of today, he's been dealing with digital transformation, data protection, things like that. So Christian, over to you.
Yes, it's working. So first of all, thank you very much. I would like to thank Steve and his team, but also KOSTAT for allowing me to present to you the work that we have done at the OECD Working Party on data governance. My presentation today is on the role of NSOs as emerging trusted data intermediaries in data governance. And this also marks the occasion for the official launch of the report on this very topic, which I have the honor to present to you and the pleasure to present to you. And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank all the NSOs that have contributed to this report, including KOSTAT, and also, again, Steve's team for facilitating that. This study was actually done in a broader topic project on what we called trusted data intermediaries. And it was about, it was motivated by the recognition that a lot of countries, governments, in the national data strategies or policies had a strong emphasis on trusted data intermediaries one way or the other, from the EU Data Governance Act up to Japan's trusted information banks. There was always an emphasis on the role of trusted data intermediaries. And according to the working definition, looking at quite a number of different of those concepts, we basically extrapolated the following working definition. We are talking essentially about entities that facilitate data access and sharing between parties, data holders, producers, and users, at a minimum ensuring data confidentiality, integrity, and interoperability. And that's an important aspect compared to, let's say, data brokers. They are impartial and independent of the parties that are involved, having essentially no stake in the outcome of the data flow. This question naturally raises, or this definition naturally raises the question, shouldn't NSOs be considered as a TDI? Or in fact, aren't they, by their very nature, already fulfilling this role? The methodology, or with this slide, actually, I just don't want to be transparent about the methodology, but there is actually an underlying key message here that I thought is important to you. You see the very first bottom is that the study actually built on a UNECE report on data stewardship and the role of national statistic offices in the new data ecosystem. And what is important about that is that, unfortunately, this excellent work has gone completely under the radar of data governance policymakers. And this is, among others, also because the concept of data stewardship isn't necessarily the one that is being used in the context, at least within the policy community I'm serving. And obviously, this raises the risk of having conversation in silos and the importance of kind of bridging those silos. And so you see the questions and you see basically also how we complemented the study. Now, let me get to the key point of the study. You see here the QR code. If you want to have access and download the report, please feel free to do so. It has been essentially now released. And this is here now the key message, or one of the key messages that I want to share with you related to the topic, which is that essentially a number of NSOs are moving beyond their traditional role within the national statistical system to essentially act as a trusted data intermediaries. They are essentially facilitating data sharing, not only within the national statistical system, but among others, including public administration, researchers, and in some cases, and this is basically how we came across in particular through the example of the Australian Bureau of Statistics, involving increasingly private sector commercial actors. And it is also in this context that I was also pleased to hear about the extended mandate of KOSTAT, and I also want to congratulate KOSTAT for that extended mandate, because it really fits into the evolution that we have seen happening within the national statistical community. Now, for the sake of time, I won't go into the examples. One reason, however, I think it's worth looking at the French example is because some of you or all of you may be aware of this example. What is interesting, at least caught our eyes attention, is number one, the fact that INSEAD has basically decided to spin off the Secure Data Access Center as a kind of a legally independent entity. And obviously, among others, one of the reasons was because of the statistical legislation that basically forced INSEAD to do so, or the difficulties of keeping those services within INSEAD. The other interesting observation is the establishment of a statistical confidentiality committee. This is something we have seen, including, for instance, in Korea. But what is also interesting is the collaboration between that statistical committee or confidentiality committee with the French Data Protection Authority. And you see another interesting development that we have noted in a number of other countries. Last point that I want to highlight are the policy challenges. One point is that we highlight in the report is obviously the importance of privacy and data protection. And this ties to the conversation that we had, Steve and colleagues, about the key issue around trust and basically the risk of putting the trust capital of NSOs at risk by engaging in this broader agenda. And obviously another one that we looked into the report are the financial and resources implication, because it's all obviously involve additional resources and funding, and therefore call also to government to basically take that into account. And with that, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much, and happy to engage in further points. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. And again, that report is now online, so please download it and read it. Would be very interested in your feedback. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce Bok-Young Kim, who's the Director General for the Statistical Service Policy at Statistics Korea. Bok-Young, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am in charge of Statistical Data Service at KOSTAT. Through this conference, I was able to learn that we share similar challenges across different organizations, and it's a great opportunity to learn from each other. The topic is the future of official statistics. I have thought about this topic, but I don't think I have the answer. But I'd like to share with you how KOSTAT is using artificial intelligence. And with that, I'd like to talk about the possibility of using AI in official statistics and future ways forward. To make statistics easily available, in 2023, we established an AI-based statistical chatbot, and starting from this June, we initiated this service for the general public. It's going to make sure that general public not familiar with statistical terminology will be able to search desired statistical data in their everyday language. So this morning, it was mentioned that operating chatbots could be problematic. So if it is done, it should be done well. I think that's a conclusion. Back in 2023, we were not aware of such a conclusion. So please take that into your account. Back in 2023, according to our statistical user survey, we identified the challenges people were facing in using statistics. The first challenge was difficulty in understanding statistical terminology, and second challenge was complexity in search. For example, if the question is, how many babies are people having? And you needed to put in total fertility rate or the number of newborns. So you needed to know statistical terminology, then searching across the database. To resolve this problem, our chatbot service was based on statistical reports and public releases, and along with HyperClover-X model of Naver Cloud and using retrieval augmented generation, our chatbot was designed to reduce hallucination while offering answers within the official statistical boundary. But we were able to identify some limitations. First of all, limitations in managing training data. If you look at the training data, they were mostly in PDF format or in other special document formats. So these were not suitable for AI training. And also in converting data into suitable training data, additional costs incurred and some data were missing. And this led to decreased quality of chatbot responses. And secondly, I think it's more fundamental problem. Artificial intelligence was not able to access our official statistical databases. Currently, Gen AI is not directly linked with our statistical databases, but AI references publicly available releases or documents. So it is not latest statistics, but very traditional and past statistics that are used. It means that AI is not able to understand the structural meaning and format of statistics. And if that's the case, AI cannot smoothly and successfully access statistical databases. So based on this, at KOSTAT, we set the following strategies. First of all, we would be building AI-ready statistical metadata. And this means that we will be refining our metadata so that AI can fully understand the structure, classifications, items, and variables of statistical data. If this plan is executed, then artificial intelligence models of big tech companies will be able to access official statistical data, producing reliable statistical data. It's important that we develop an independent statistical chatbot, but we believe it is equally important to lay the foundation for big tech companies to access credible official statistics. And in this morning session, AI-ready metadata development project was presented this morning. There are policy-wise considerations. At KOSTAT, we believe rather than focusing on what the private sector can do better, we need to focus on what we can do better. And within the government, the demand for artificial intelligence is rising rapidly, but the silo would eventually lead to redundancies and inefficiencies. So we believe we need to establish a common basis for computing resources, AI models, and training data. And using AI in the public sector entails the risk of confidentiality and sensitive data. So the Korean government is planning to establish a pan-government super large AI common foundation so that AI can be safely and securely used within a dedicated government network. KOSTAT will be also using actively this common foundation to expand our secure statistical production. AI has the potential to significantly improve official statistics use. But I think official statistics should be true to its basic mission. So building AI-ready metadata and using pan-governmental common infrastructure, that would be our focus. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you met Osama earlier this morning, so I don't need to introduce him again, but I do want to say he chaired the UNECE work for the HLG MOS, the report on the future of NSOs, a call for action. So he's already given this quite a bit of thought. So Osama, based on that and what you've heard in the last 2 days, what is the future for official statistics?
Okay, and I'm not going to take all 46 minutes. Right, so we have a pretty bad set of challenges facing us, at least in many countries. So we have decreasing social cohesion, we have a decline in face-to-face activities, we have shifting demographics, heightened sense of privacy, growing political polarization in some countries. We have the growing presence of private companies in the data business. And I think most importantly, we have incredibly rapid advancements in technology. And this is kind of the big issue for me rather than AI per se. And I'm not sure that the rate at which NSOs evolve matches the rate of change around us in terms of societal changes and in terms of technology changes. And actually, even if you think about challenges facing NSOs more particularly, there is the increasingly, there's the increasing complexity and rate of change of modern societies and economies. And since I joined an NSO, I keep thinking we're measuring the economy of the past. It was interesting, we heard earlier today, SNA 25, we're finally going to sort of include in that how we measure the value of data, and it's amazing that that's not coming in until SNA 25. And also the pace at which we need to measure things has increased due to compressed policy life cycles. If you think that part of our role as NSOs is, you provide the statistics and the data which provides analysis and evidence which goes to policy development, and then you have feedback loops and evaluation, that whole life cycle is becoming much more compressed. So we need to think about that. And then the shift towards digital technologies, I think, provides multiple challenges and requires a significant technical, and I think this is really quite important, cultural overhaul, and not just a change of existing IT infrastructures. And kind of this gets back to the point I'm now beginning to make over and over again in various places, that NSOs need to become much more agile organizations, capable of rapid adaptation of new technology, of continuous improvement, and have massive cultural change. Essentially, we need to become much, much more like software app development companies. And so, I think there's a call to action here. So more stats will be multi-source, not just our own. We exist because once upon a time, the data we had to collect, that is changing. We need much more efficiency and automation. Kind of how we disseminate stats has to change. It's kind of still, PDFs or a Web 2.0 document, that's kind of it. We need to figure out, as you've heard a lot, how we adapt to non-human entities as significant data users. And we need to be investing much, much more in privacy-enhancing and preserving technologies. So this is all going to require a new set of skills and expertise, including, as I mentioned earlier on today, new forms of methodological expertise, moving away from predominantly expertise around survey methodology. And we need to bring in new skills such as design thinking, data, software, and cloud engineering, delivery, and product management. So we need the full set of digital skills and beyond. We need increased transparency and openness to scrutiny, and we need, as sort of responding to Francois, a much less risk-averse and a much more innovative culture. So working like app development companies means working much, much more in the open, not just in terms of approach, but in terms of software and standards. We need, where possible, I think, to be cloud first, even if it's on-prem cloud. We need to be moving towards developing infrastructure and platform as code. We need to think about containerization and orchestration. And we kind of need to have modularized innovation, because we can't change entire pipelines anymore at one go. It is going to be modularize everything, microservices, and then you can continuously improve microservices as new technology and new data becomes available. I always think about this in terms of Google Maps. All right, how many people have been, Korea, Google Maps is not as big as in other places, but if you look at Google Maps, when you started using it, I don't know, 10 years ago versus now, is a completely different product with much more useful tools in it. But that doesn't happen, Google doesn't go, hey, stop using it, we're going to have a big transformation program, and then you'll have a new product, It's modularized, and the improvements happen incrementally, bit by bit by bit, and that is the way we have to think. And if you want to be really sort of forward-thinking, I think with automated low-code generation, I think in 30 years, if we get the data sorted right, in terms of the sort of work Olivier is talking about, we will not exist as NSOs. We will not need to exist. Right, that's it from me.
All right, well, he didn't fail to deliver. Good man. Rachel, you sit and watch probably the biggest UN region and probably the most heterogeneous in terms of size, in terms of language. So the future of NSOs in your region means many different things, I guess. So what are your thoughts?
Thank you. And indeed, I think it is the largest region and the most diverse, but probably also the most interesting and the most fun to live in as well. So I wanted to speak, I think, a bit now really about a shift that I think is not just necessary, but urgent. So for years, we've talked about modernizing official statistics, but in an AI data-driven ecosystem, modernization is clearly no longer enough, and we really need to transform. So we've heard just now about the example of kind of Google Maps and how that's been changing. But I think, you know, what we see is that AI is becoming so much a part of our everyday lives. We use Google Maps. Personally, I use Google Translate a lot. Living in Thailand, my Thai is not that good yet. So even in the last 3 years, though, I would say it's gone from the ability to translate into Thai very poorly to actually being able to do it extremely well. And you can actually begin to rely on it to actually give you accurate information when you're ordering your food, which is always very useful. But I think also AI is really changing the way in which we interact with information. And we've heard so much already about the fact, though, that AI really is only as good as the data that it's based on. And we've seen that that is a huge issue. We know that in order for AI tools to really serve public good, they do need to be grounded in official high-quality statistics. So whilst I kind of agree with Osama in terms of, I think, you know, the role of NSOs is being challenged, but I think actually in terms of having a credible kind of, you know, official statistics and actually having the right answer for some of those things actually is perhaps even more important. And it means that, you know, if you're actually searching for things like the latest GDP figures, whether you are a kind of technical expert, whether you're a student, a journalist, just anybody, we should all be getting the same answer. But at the moment, we're not. When I look up the GDP for Thailand, I get a different answer to somebody else. I also get a different answer than if I look it up 10 minutes later. So that's the kind of thing that we do need to really change to make sure that official statistics, wherever they are, and that is particularly important covering a wide, diverse region, the data needs to be instantly findable, accessible, but also usable by humans, but also usable by AI tools. And for a long time, we've really worked on that kind of human element of it. But now we need to kind of move on so that but not leaving behind the fact that it does still need to be searched and used by humans, but also to be able to search for official statistics by AI tools as well. And that means, I think, very much as well for official statistics, we do need to stay anchored in the fundamental principles of official statistics, as we have heard yesterday and today. The principles of relevance, impartiality, transparency, professional independence, and confidentiality are just as important now as they ever have been. In fact, probably even more important. But I think the principles, those fundamental principles, whilst they're core, they're also becoming harder and harder to actually adhere to in terms of a national statistics office. And that is, you know, in part because of that changing role with NSOs not just producing their own information from surveys and censuses, but bringing together data from diverse sources, but also, you know, that changing role of an NSO as well, from being data collectors to being data stewards. And that means as well there's this challenge for NSOs in terms of curating data, managing data, harmonizing different data sources, but also making sure throughout all of that they can uphold rigorous quality standards and professional ethics. And I think that is where things like the fundamental principles, but also international concepts and also regional concepts, classifications, and methods become even more important. I would say another area, though, that we perhaps need to do more on as well in terms of NSOs, but also in terms of just as a regional body as well, is that we need to really adopt a whole of society approach. I mean, as we heard a little bit about, we can't do it on our own. NSOs can't do that on their own. Myself as a regional commission, we can't do this on our own. But we need to kind of really tap into that huge resource, not just the private sector, but also communities and citizens. And I think there's a massive resource. There's a massive resource in terms of information, data, and I think the challenge now is to work out how we can really actively engage with communities, with citizens, and not just in terms of just giving them data, but really engaging in terms of what are the actual issues we should be collecting information on in the first place. So right from the identification of the issues through to the through to collecting information and then making it available to everyone. But that means that we need to develop new skills. We've talked a lot about technical skills, but I think there are lots of other skills, soft skills, communication skills, the ability to collaborate with different stakeholders as NSOs as well, but also just as terms of statisticians, we need to become not just analysts, but probably more storytellers, bridge builders. We see that the world is now overflowing with data, but it really is starved for understanding. And our job then is to really help our users to really translate that complexity into clarity and to make data meaningful, but also actionable as individuals, but also for policymakers. And it's important then, I think, that, you know, whether we're informing a decision, empowering a community, educating students, our mission is clear. We need to make sure that our data is speaking and make sure that it's speaking to everyone. Thank you.
Prem, we often wonder if, as statisticians, are we talking to ourselves? So you have the interesting position of being an outsider, if I can call you that.
Very much so.
give us the harsh truth.
So my very first line here was that it is a little bit, it feels a little bit odd as someone who's not a statistician, has never worked at a national statistical office to opine on your future. That said, I think I have worked with many of you over the last 2 or 3 years. And so I was busy scribbling notes as everybody spoke, and I came up with 3 points on where I think the future of this space might move towards. So the first is a very obvious one. AI is here to stay. But what does that mean? Fundamentally, our workflows need to change. So when I think about app development, which is the space I'm in, our workflows have fundamentally altered in the last 6 months and in the last year. How so? Well, so when we think about, for example, coding, what does it now mean to pair with an artificial intelligence in that coding process that we do? Where do we use artificial intelligence, and especially non-deterministic models? In which parts of our algorithm is okay to have non-deterministic outputs? In which parts is it not okay to have that? These are the sorts of thought processes that go into the initial design. In terms of how we build our pipelines, how do we make them smaller and more modular? Because that's when you can apply AI in a way that allows you to automate smaller pieces of the puzzle that decreases your risk over time. And then finally, how do you think about machine readable? In my world, that's starting with everything in Markdown as a simple starting point. In your world, it's SDMX, it's Croissant, it's these other standards that you're moving towards away from PDFs and large data sinks, rather thinking about machine readable data pools. So again, the one thing I'd start with is AI is here to stay. And this goes a lot to what Osama said about how does your culture and your workflows fundamentally change to meet the challenge. The second part is knowing what AI is good at and also knowing what humans are good at. So as an example of this, humans are great at 3-dimensional thought. We're also great at 2-dimensional thought, which is why most of our statistical information is tabular. But when we get that 4th dimension in there, time, we as a species start falling apart a bit. Think about climate change as a problem. fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, 30th dimensional problems, it's hard for our brains to actually fathom that. But these are places where large models actually excel quite a bit. How does this affect the fundamental way in which national statistical offices have been running, for example, surveying and data collection? I feel like NSOs tend to collect this data via surveying because that allows for singular dimensional analysis quickly, that allows aggregated information to then be shared out. But as an example, recently the Gates Foundation was running a monitoring and evaluation survey in Kenya for a set of seeds that they were planting that were genetically modified, supposed to be hardier seeds. And rather than running a typical monitoring and evaluation survey that was a 100-question survey, they gave a phone number and asked people to call the number and just tell them what they thought about the seeds. All of those voice inputs were then fed into a large model where features were extracted. Now, the interesting part of this study is they would have never asked the question that they learned about through this method, which was that the seeds took too long to boil. Because they would have asked questions about fertilizer usage, yields, things like that, not about, again, how is this actually being used later on in the process to make food, right? And so this is an example of where the questions you ask result in the outputs you get, but in an era of large models, how do you take advantage of what the machine is actually good at to rethink these very processes that you've been using for a century plus? The third piece of the puzzle is this idea that only national statistical offices had the scale historically for this level of data collection. Now, this is where I disagree slightly with Osama, that I think they very much still have a role, and I agree with Rachel on this, that authoritative data is very important. Without that, the whole house of cards tumbles down. But private industry, civil society, and citizens still play a role in both the collection of that data and the dissemination of that data. And I think national statistical offices need to stop viewing themselves in a siloed or in a walled format, but rather think about how these different actors play together. Steve, you started us off at the beginning discussing how data is a fundamental bedrock principle of a functioning democracy. But those other actors, private enterprise, civil society, as well as citizens, also have a role to play in that functioning democracy and therefore should be part and parcel to that conversation, both the inputs and the outputs of the national statistical offices. So I think there's an opportunity to capacity build across those four elements of society together. And with that together, hopefully, that allows an output of that data that's actually understandable, going to what Rachel said about the storytelling aspect, which is the output of what your agencies are fundamentally, I think, trying to do, which is to push behaviors and policies that result in better outcomes for all of us. So again, those three things I mentioned is AI is here to stay. How will you meet it and change your workflows? Secondly, what are these AIs good at? What are we as humans good at? How do we pair them together? And then the third one is how do we include all of the different elements of society so that we can get better data outputs moving forward? Thank you.
So I'm going to come down and ask everybody a kind of shorter question based on the last couple of days. But Prem, let me just start with you. Hearing what you've heard over the last 2 days, how do we as a community engage with the tech community? Because, I mean, I can see you're here, so you're kind of invested in this discussion, but are all tech companies as interested? Are they as willing to engage, maybe share more data? What's the best way for the two communities to get into bed?
Well, actually, let me start a step backwards from there, which is I was speaking to my wife last night, and I was saying how heartening it felt to be in this room with all of you, for me personally, because I felt like the right people are in the right position at the right time. All of those threats that Osama spoke about earlier was slightly depressing to hear, but on the flip side, being around all of you leaves me with a lot of optimism as to where we're going. I do think that historically, the technology industry has viewed themselves on a separate path than government. Government cannot move fast enough, we must move independently. But I do think in the last 2 or 3 years, and even with this coming AI revolution, there are views that there needs to be a pairing of policy and technology in a way that creates safe outcomes for society. And so that's where I think the common understanding starts. In my previous job, I worked on building cities of the future. And my boss at that company was an urbanist. And he used to say, one of the challenges of that job was fixing the urbanist-technologist divide, or understanding the human API between two different people. Because when we used to say developers, we meant software developers. When they used to say developers, they meant real estate developers, just as a starting point, right? And so it was separate languages, separate time frames of understanding, and separate outcomes. Like the term disruption for me as a technologist is a good thing. As someone in a city, that's a hurricane or a riot or something terrible, right? And so I think that's where it starts culturally, which is bringing people in, finding the right change agents inside each of those technology companies also to meet you folks where you are, and for you folks to meet us where we are, right? So this is a starting point. So I do think there are more people like me across the technology industry, especially now as we mature a bit. And so I think there is a real opportunity for this dialogue to go somewhere at this point. I feel a lot of optimism.
Let's hope so. Rachel, what do we do? When we listen to all of the challenges facing us, it can feel a little bit overwhelming. So what's the one message that you would take away when you're talking to the NSOs in your region? Like, where do they start? Like, what's the one thing that they begin with?
One thing they can do is come along to our Asia Pacific Stats Cafe. Yeah, we have great speakers, one of whom's on my right currently. But I think there are opportunities in terms of linking up together. And also what I would say, one thing is start. Just make a start, however small it is. I mean, what we see in our region, Vanuatu are one of the ones that made the most progress in some ways, just kind of automating some of their processes, with actually thanks to the ONS as well for that. But it started very small. It started with one person, and then from that you can kind of build on it. But also what I would say is coming together, using opportunities that do exist, and there are quite a lot of opportunities where we do actually see each other face to face. Because I think that part of this about understanding each other is about building relationships. So take the time to make sure you can come along and talk to other people about what they are doing, and just to ask for support, ask for help. I think we've got lots of ideas, what we've heard about what is going on, and we will continue to share those across the region, but obviously more widely as well. But yeah, my one message is start small, get on with it.
Similar question to you, Osama. And I'm going to give a personal reflection, but it seems to me real change is just small and incremental and continuous. But there's often a tendency from people who donate money or who lead agencies that they want a big thing. So how do we break that? How do we shift from the big announcement to just a culture of continuous change, small change, and making that the norm?
It's hard, particularly for government, because government funding, It's hard, particularly from government, because government funding is still tied to major transformation programs, right? Particularly, I don't know elsewhere, but in the UK, it's still tied to this concept of major transformation programs, where you get 5 years of funding, and you are going to, from day one, perfectly design the tech platform that you are going to have in 5 years, and you're going to use that platform for the next 20 years without changing it. It's, it just fails instantly. And unfortunately, in my office, we've had some problems with that. And the one thing I'd recommend that everyone reads is the recent Niskanen paper by Jan Palka, who was deputy head of the government digital service, the US government digital service, and Andrew Greenaway, who was one of the first people in the UK government digital service, about moving away from transformation programs and kind of the thinking you have to do about continuous improvement, I would then say start small. And I think that's you know, in my experience, that's worked twice. So I guess about 12 years ago, we were told data science, data science, data science, and most senior government analysts went, this is a passing fad, we don't have to think about it. Set up a small data science team in MOJ, that's now the biggest data science function within the government department in the UK. We start with a small AI thing, then we do classify, which is a module, and now we're moving to working to our first pipeline where we are going to completely modernize it and modularize it. That's the next step. And then we'll do the next pipeline and the next pipeline. The plan is all our pipelines will be changed in that way that allows them to be updated on a more regular basis. We're sort of changing how we're going to structure our teams across the ONS. So I think you're right. There's something about take a risk, start something. You know, if you start small and it fails, who cares? But you might be onto something and you might be able to build on that and build on that and build on that. And that's, I agree entirely, that is how change happens through evolution. And you can't always be exactly sure where that evolutionary path is going to take you, but in 10 years it's going to be quite different from where you are now.
Dr. Kim, what's the lesson for COSTAT from this 2 days conference? You're an office that's already quite developed. So what will you change in the coming years? And what can you do in the region? I think you have a very important leadership role in the region. What can you do maybe in collaboration with Rachel?
네.
Could you please rephrase your question? Repeat your question, please.
So over the last 2 days, we've heard a lot of discussion about the impacts of AI, how it's going to change our work. I'm interested in maybe the key takeaway for COSTAT. What's the one lesson or the one reflection that you have from this 2 days that you think COSTAT should do something differently?
So yesterday and today, we have been hearing from advanced nations and international organizations. It was deeply meaningful, and I learned a lot. And specifically, what I do remember is what was mentioned by the head of INEGI, back to basics. That really resonates with me. And statistical data service and ADA service is my responsibility, and I started this work early this year. So based on my rather short experience dealing with AI matters, I believe when we think about what we can do with AI, the basics, so including standards, do matter, because using common language is critical. So first of all, we need to standardize our business processes at COSTAT, and building on that, using AI as a tool, we can improve the accuracy and reliability of our statistics. At COSTAT, now we are hosting this international conference with the OECD in the field of AI. It means we need to build our leadership in AI, making meaningful contributions. And as presented this morning, we are working on metadata. We are also working on ontology-based standardization. And once we have visible outcomes, we are willing to share them with you so we can work together in standardization. But in fact, this is a challenging topic, I believe. But taking this occasion as an opportunity, COSTAT will double its efforts. And we would be also working with other NSOs and relevant international organizations to make further progress. Thank you.
Christian, to some extent, you're an outsider as well. You're not a statistician. You're looking more really on the privacy side. As a community, I don't think we've fully harnessed or made use of pets yet. What's your thinking on the role of privacy-enhancing technology for NSOs in the future?
Thank you. And if I may also share a related view, which I think actually brings in why privacy-enhancing technology is so critical. And indeed, I may have to apologize if my view is actually completely off. But my understanding of let's say, the situation is that to some extent, NSOs have, if I may say so, lost the monopoly about the truth. Because we are dealing now with so many other actors that are able to produce the truth too. And I would say big tech companies are probably closer to that monopoly. And in particular, LLM or large language model providers are even closer to that, as we have been discussing. But nevertheless, one thing that I noted, and I think this has been confirmed by the interventions that we heard, is people highlighting the importance of the fundamental principles of confidentiality, of trust. And I would like to emphasize that trust element, because if there is one, let's say, competitive advantage that I think NSOs have compared to including big tech companies, is exactly that trust factor. And this was, by the way, also the reason why we looked into the role of NSOs as trusted data intermediaries, is because one challenge that policymakers have been facing in that place, like the European Commission pushing that concept of data intermediaries, but they realized that the private sector had difficulties basically entering the space because there is still the need for commercialization, which basically somehow undermine trust for many, many citizens in particular. So trust, if we assume and accept that trust is one of the key competitive advantages that NSOs have compared to others, then indeed privacy-enhancing technologies are a key element to enhance that trust, because it allows the organization, the NSOs, to provide mathematical, robust guarantees to what extent data, while being shared, are still kept confidentially. And I think that's basically where I see the benefit of privacy-enhancing technologies.
Osama, am I picking up the body language that you want?
I think you are. So I disagree. I disagree. Many of us, possibly unknowingly, but in my case knowingly, I hand over the data of my life to a Prem's company, right? I mean, this thing in my pocket, this thing on my wrist is pumping out data to them all the time. And actually, Prem and I were talking about, how much, if you look at our total expenditure on security at the ONS versus, as a proportion of our total expenditure versus theirs dwarfs us. So this notion that, we're the ones, NSOs are the ones who take security and privacy incredibly seriously, I think is misguided. We have a reputational issue, they have a profit issue. The profit issue does drive them in making sure that data is stored securely and safely, et cetera, et cetera. So I do disagree slightly.
No. Christian, go.
I see your point, and I actually agree that in terms, and this has been something that we discussed indeed, when you look into, obviously, the capacity also to keep data safe, obviously unmatched. But I think it's more about the perception of the public to some extent, and yes, it can vary significantly depending on regions. But something that I would note is that when it comes to the question, can the data that we as citizens provide to whoever is going to be the intermediary, is it going to be used in a neutral way? There is still the perception that commercial actors have profit as the primary guiding principle, whereas I would argue NSOs are perceived as more neutral in that particular respect. And I think that's part of the trust. I mean, that's basically begs the question, to what extent is that neutrality trust enhancing or not?
Okay, so just hold that thought, because we don't have a lot of time left. So what I would like to do is open the floor and see, does anybody want to make a reflection? Does anybody have a question for the panel? Or do they just want to get up and say something? Or will we keep the collective wisdom up here? Okay, I don't see anything for the moment. So Prem, let me come back to you on this idea, on the discussion we're just having, on kind of reputation, monopoly on truth. What are you guys really up to? Are you coming for us?
So let me actually start by saying that I think what you touched upon about regionality of this is really important. I live in a country where we trust our companies, our private enterprise, more than we do our government. While I think in Europe, it's the opposite. And I think that's a factor of history and a factor of many things that go into that, right? I also think part of it in Europe is there's a locality to it. I think if Google were a German company, then it may be trusted more than it is as an American company. And so I think these are all factors that lead to that question of trust, right? Now, I think there's a separate question here, though, which I think on the privacy-enhancing technology point and on the trust point, I do think NSOs do I think governments play a role still. Let me phrase it this way. I don't actually buy the idea that NSOs are also neutral. I don't think data is neutral. I think we see this repeatedly over and over again, that data itself can be weaponized and used, and the same data can be used to tell two different stories most of the time. And so it's that storytelling aspect of data that is what makes it dangerous to governments, to private enterprise, to all of us, right? But I do think that trust element is still an important component there, and I do believe the motives of private industry, which is to make more money, are different than the motives of a democratically elected government, which is beholden to its citizens, if those systems are working as intended. And so I do believe you there on the trust point where that's really important. But I also, I told Osama earlier the other day that I do believe that our understanding of these technologies is better. Now, the final thing I want to close on, though, is it doesn't matter how good the technology is. Because all that matters is, do the citizens trust you, right? So I remember working on differential privacy-based solutions around identity. And we tried to get this product off the ground 3 or 4 times, unsuccessfully. Because explaining it to somebody and telling them why you should trust it, because it's mathematically, cryptographically, double encrypted proofs, all this stuff, is over the head of the citizenship. So part of this is the marketing and the communications of this is almost an equal player to the technology and the map itself. And I think that's part of the conversation where you and I both lose, because neither of us is able to communicate in this way that it's understood on the other side.
Osama?
One of the things I think NSOs do need to do is explain much better why they matter and why they matter to the individual, right? So I give my data to Prem's company because I get something out of it, right? We're great, and it's difficult. We're great at talking to expert users. We're great at talking to academics and researchers and others for whom the tyranny of the sanctity of the time series is all important. But we are really bad at explaining to citizens why we matter and why them trusting us and giving us their data matters. And so as a consequence, we have problems with the labour force survey in the UK, right? Because we don't have a good narrative of why this matters.
But I think there's a challenge there, though, because, at least as I see it, a lot of our narrative has been around this idea of better data for better policy.
Yeah.
So we're not providing that, so if I give data to Google, the trade-off is immediate. I understand what I'm getting back. There's an intermediary with us, which is the government. And oftentimes, you could argue that the policy decisions weren't great. So it's like, well, why did I bother giving my data then? I'm just feeding a machine that's making questionable decisions. So I think we have a harder sell, and I think we really need to think about how we do it. So, Prem, and then let me just see if the ladies would like to come in on this discussion.
Do you want to talk first? Because I've spoken a lot here.
No, I was just going to say, in terms of kind of building that trust, I mean, I think, yeah, it's absolutely key. I would say, though, part of what we can do is engaging a lot more with communities and citizens, looking at their issues and not just assuming we know what we should be collecting data on. I mean, I think censuses, absolutely, 100%, we need to do that. But then what do actually local communities need? What information do they want? But they already have huge amounts of information. And if we're thinking about, you know, policy actions and what makes a difference and policies which will be implemented, you know, much more quickly, that's the kind of local level policies, isn't it? And that's where action actually takes place, isn't it? So that's where I think we need to do a lot more work.
I do think that this issue of how you communicate the value, the uses, and where this data eventually will be used is really important. I think many NSOs today measure the usage of their data based on downloads and API calls versus on impact and outcomes. And impact and outcomes are much harder. How do we measure the amount of papers that are cited in, the quality of those papers? But that is one of the things arguably the internet and the web are actually good at, citation and provenance and all of these items, and how do you make it easier along this chain? Now, I also think, if I can be critical for a second, that over the last maybe 50 years or so, as statistics as a field has grown, statisticians have almost become gilded in their knowledge, where there is a belief that if non-statisticians attempt to touch that data, then they will have an interpretability issue, which is then creating problems for society, and therefore let us lock it down, right? And the same thing exists in medicine, the same thing exists in a lot of different fields. But what the last 20 years of the internet have done is sort of break down those silos, where everyone wants access to that information, and they want to be able to become that expert. Like, I can fix my heating and ventilation system at home with the right YouTube video. I might electrocute myself, but I can do it. And so I think that that opportunity exists for NSOs to get out there, to start doing the podcasts, the YouTube videos, the social media, to explain how when a business is making a decision, how important the labor numbers are around unemployment and why that's an important number to make those decisions. So this tying through from beginning to end is a really important concept.
Yes, actually, I want to follow up on that, and also tying back to your question, Steve, about basically how can we create immediate value that can be perceived by the consumers, by the citizens. And I think this is where AI plays an important role. When we worked on open data and data sharing more broadly, one key lessons learned that we learned was that the problem that governments also had when putting out public sector information out there for use is that it wasn't being used by the citizens because they just didn't have the skills or the knowledge or even care to manipulate the data to make it, to use it as it was originally intended. What turned out, however, to be the case is that intermediaries that are able to transform the data into a product would basically be able to generate the value for the consumers, for the citizens. And I think this is where AI can play a role, because essentially, as we were talking all day long, you can make your data available for the AI, and essentially the AI becomes an interface that creates value ad hoc based on the individual requests or needs of the consumers. And I think that's a big change for the NSO and any actor that is basically out there disseminating its data for the public.
Frankie, I think you might get the last word in this discussion.
I mean, fascinating discussion, and I kind of agree with quite a lot of different aspects of what everybody said. I kind of agreed with Christian. I think, in theory, the differentiation is that NSOs are trusted, Prem, in a way that perhaps Google isn't, because it's a commercial organisation. But Francois and I were just chatting, so I'll make his point, which is not all governments are trusted. And therefore, and in fact, lots of governments are not trusted. And therefore, that makes the challenge for us, I think, particularly difficult. And I think it's really interesting when you start thinking about trusted data intermediaries, if you start then selling out very explicitly, you're that role, you're selling data onto commercial organizations. We're toying with this in Ireland, not selling, but being the trusted data intermediary, which would then mean commercial organizations would access. And we're thinking, what impact does that have on our reputation as a more neutral government, sorry, not government, but a more neutral organization? So I think it's really complicated, actually, and I don't want to say, I quite like your answer, and maybe that's AI can almost be that trusted intermediary, which perhaps we don't. I also think we hold on to our data too much. I think my organisation does it. It's, we can't release our data until we've sweated the asset. It's not our data, it's everybody's data, and we should be getting it out as soon as possible. Yes, you know, with the quality and all of those things, but you know, and I do agree with the storytelling, but I think sometimes we need just, so we can't do everything, and therefore we must get our data out more quickly. And I think that is to almost how much of a role, what does our role in the future? So an AI, I think, could help get that data out more quickly. So I kind of agree with a bit of everybody and disagree with a bit of everybody. So there we go.
Oh, that's nice. We like a balanced intervention. Okay, with that, time is up, so we need to close. So it's really kind of impossible to summarize this adequately, other than to say, I think don't panic. Start small and back to basics. Don't give up on your principles. I think that would be my summary. So with that, I'd like to thank the panel, and we'll have our closing ceremony shortly.
So let's give them another big round of applause as they return to their seats in the audience. Now, may I kindly ask everyone to turn their attention to the screen, and we will present two promotional videos, one for the upcoming population and housing census in Korea, and another on the APEC meeting in Gyeongju, Korea. During this time, our staff will rearrange the stage for our closing ceremony. I'll proceed with the closing ceremony of our conference. I'm deeply honored to present two speakers representing the OECD and KOSTAT for this closing ceremony, whose roles have been essential in enabling this organization of conference. First, please welcome Mr. Steve Maffili, Chief Statistician and Director of Statistics and Data Directorate at the OECD, with a big round of applause.
Come on, you can do better. No, that's more like it, thank you. Okay, look, thanks everybody. We've made it to the end of a very interesting 2 days. So really all I have to do is to say some thanks and a few comments. So first and foremost, obviously, heartfelt thanks to KOSTAT for a great partnership and their generosity throughout these 2 days with all of the organization, the food, all of the assistance. We really, really appreciate it. It's been a real privilege and a pleasure to work with them. To thank you for coming. Everybody's schedules are busy. There's competing conferences, meetings, topics. So thank you all for taking the time out of your schedules to travel a long way to give of your expertise. Again, we really appreciate it, because if you hadn't, this wouldn't have been a very successful conference. And just to announce formally, this was a successful conference, just in case anybody was in any doubt. So what do I take from this? I jotted down a few notes. I mean, a few things I heard. One, time and time again, was the importance of metadata. I think we've been saying it for a long time, but I mean, I think it's just really been hammered home, and that's one of the messages. And I think we're actually in the process at the OECD of revising our statistical quality assurance framework at the moment, and that's one of the messages I've already sent home, is that we really need to make sure that we reflect not just the quality assurance of the data, but of the metadata too. Eric, my colleague, mentioned it this morning, but I just want to emphasize again, we're very good at standard setting, but I think we do, as a community, need to move beyond that and look at how to develop products together. There was quite a lot of discussion about open source, and I think we need to make more of an effort to try and develop some of these models, to develop some of this code together, to share the risk, to share the costs. The SIS-CC model that we've used in other parts of OECD maybe is a way to move forward, but maybe there's other models, but certainly we're open to any suggestions. But I think this really is something that we need to think about at OECD. And I think just even from the last discussion, partnership with the tech community, I think, is now essential. The world is just changing so fast, and we only understand a fraction of what's going on. So I think people like Prem and others, we really need to kind of hang on to them, and they're a precious resource now now that we've found one. We need to find a few more. We really need to talk to them and figure out how we can develop some sort of a symbiotic relationship that will help us. But we should be under no illusions. I mean, their motives are different, but that's fine. I think we understand that. So we go into those relationships with our eyes wide open. And lastly, I think sometimes from these discussions, we can develop a small sense of panic that the world is changing really fast. How on earth do we keep up with all of this? But at the same time, stats offices have survived a lot of crises. And I forget, somebody mentioned it, that sometimes if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. AI isn't the solution to everything. There's lots of stuff that we can still do without AI, so we develop AI, but we get on with business as well. So I think, yeah, just don't panic. We move steadily, slowly. And just on that topic, I mean, I think I can say I share something with Osama, which is probably a skepticism of big transformation projects. And I think that's the other thing, is to really work on kind of bite-sized, continual evolution, and rather than trying to jump into massive projects. I think if we resist that, we're probably on safer ground. So with that, just to thank everybody again, a quick word of thanks in particular to my colleagues Francois and Ashley, who really were pivotal in putting together this agenda and liaising with COSTAT. So for them in particular, I would like to just a word of thanks. And with that, thank you very much. And on behalf of OECD, thank you.
Indeed, many thanks to Mr. Mafili and the OECD team. Next, I have a speaker representing COSTAT, which has made tremendous efforts to make this event successful. Mr. Myung-ho Lee, Acting Deputy Commissioner of COSTAT, will share his closing remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 스티브 맥필리 OECD 통계 데이터 국장님 and distinguished guests. So as we come to the close of the joint international conference organized by COSTAT and the OECD, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Despite your busy schedules, you joined us here, delivered insightful presentations, and engaged in thoughtful discussions. So over the last 2 days, we have engaged in deep discussions on the challenges and opportunities that AI presents for official statistics. We shared experiences and case studies from various countries and gained valuable insights into the socioeconomic transformations driven by AI and the vital role of statistics in responding to them. And also, we've come to recognize the convergence of AI and statistics is not merely a matter of technology, but a matter of how we uphold the shared values of data integrity and responsible use of AI, indeed, presenting task of our time for every national statistical office. Above all, the true significance of this conference lies in the fact that it has gone beyond discussion to deliver tangible outcomes. I sincerely hope that the outcome document we have adopted will serve as a compass guiding the future course of the global statistical community. In line with the Korean government's initiative of positioning Korea one of the top 3 AI powerhouses, COSTAT will remain committed to building global leadership in AI. Building on the ideas and recommendations from this conference, we will pursue innovation in statistics and cooperate with the international community. I would like to extend deep gratitude to all speakers and participants for sharing their invaluable time and wisdom for the success of this conference. I'd like to thank once again Director of Statistics and Data Steve Mafili and his OECD team for preparing this conference. I wish all of you participating in tomorrow's cultural event enjoy your time and have a safe trip home. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Commissioner and COSTAT team, for your contribution to this conference. And this brings us to the conclusion of COSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all participants for your active engagement and contributions, both on-site and online. As a final reminder, we kindly ask you to complete our online satisfaction survey if you haven't done already. And for the final announcement, housekeeping announcement, the participants who are joining us for tomorrow's cultural excursion, we will depart at 7 a.m. in the lobby of this hotel. So please be punctual, and I highly recommend you to be in the lobby by 7:50 because the bus 7:50 because the bus will depart at 8 a.m. sharp. So I look forward to see you at the cultural excursion tomorrow. Thank you and good evening.